Let's do this. And yeah, I might try that one out. We'll see. Because I could also just do like an extra like USB hub for this, like separate. So yeah, I got options, I think. I'm going to have to really consider the cable situation. But I do need to try a new dock. All right, so let's close some of this. Oh, you even have like an extra little USB hub to like get like more ports if needed, but it's for like the low bandwidth USB. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Yep. Okay, so I've got this random one open. We can close that. What I want to do then is we're going to go to GitLens, which is on GitHub. Wait, did I click go live? I did. Cool. So yeah, anyone over on YouTube, feel free to chat, say hi, whatever. But yeah, here's what we're going to do. We're going to clone this down. Let's quit that for now. Let's just do a whole new tab. Oh, and you know what? Hold on. We're going to Control-C that. Now, hold on. Let me think about this. When I still didn't pour a beverage. I'm going to try and clone it down this way. So git clone. Yeah, we'll just do that. VS Code GitLens is now being cloned. We are getting all the branches, and it's a large repo. They do a lot of work on it. Okay, so then VS Code GitLens. All right, so now that we're inside of it, we're gonna pop that open. I want to see one quick thing where if we pop open GitLens itself, and hold on, we got some extensions to disable for this workspace. Yep, so disable workspace. Disable all. Disable workspace. We don't need the basil. Don't need that. But yeah, how's everyone's Friday doing while we're getting this editor set up? Probably don't need even better toml, because I doubt there's toml in there. Don't care about the actions. Ooh, we could switch to the GitKraken dark theme. We do want GitLens for now, but actually I think I want to load it from the local. So we'll wait on that part. Man, we have a lot of extensions installed. Like, yikes. Partial diff is probably fine. Power mode, obviously, we leave. I wonder if they're using prettier. We'll have to see what happens when we try and save some stuff. Oh, really, Jianhua? Dude, that's gnarly. Is it like really bad? Or is it, you know, pretty chill? And yeah, let's do a wiki real quick. Wiki, wiki, wiki. It was 4.8 this morning. This one wasn't that bad. Gotcha. Yeah, here in Washington, like, they say, like, oh, yeah, we're on the ring of fire. I can count, like, big earthquakes we've dealt with on one hand. And big isn't even that bad. Like, maybe something fell off a shelf. Like, meh. But yeah, my dad's best friend growing up, when we moved to Washington, their wife didn't want to move, like, to the West Coast because they were scared of earthquakes. Which is funny, because they live in New Jersey. Right? Like, that's hilarious, actually. So the fact that Jersey is getting an earthquake is kind of funny. Oh, everyone started looking around, yep. You lived in LA for a couple years, earthquakes don't bother you? Yeah, like, it's the weird thing. Like, people say Washington has a lot of, like, earthquake stuff, but in the 20 plus years I've been here, it's like less than 5 that I can really think of. Ooh, you were on the subway? Ooh, damn, Skyward. Yeah, that's scary. That is terrifying. So I'm glad you're all right. You hope to visit New Jersey one day? Said nobody ever. What? What? Yes, New Jersey, known for their tourism. Like, I don't know. Sorry, bad joke. Yeah. Heaven forbid you make it to Hoboken. And I'm just having fun, Jianhua. You're right? Just, yeah, having fun. I know you're out there in Jersey. Yeah, I went to elementary school in Jersey. I had to memorize all the counties. I know there's an Orange County. I know there's Middlesex County, which is the one I lived in. And that's all I remember. It was always confusing to me when they had, like, Orange County choppers or whatever, right? Like that show. I was like, who's buying all these motorcycles in New Jersey? Yeah, I remember going to the Camden Aquarium. That was a good field trip. Hold up. So wait, you're a New Jersey boy born and raised. Did you ever have to go to Stokes? It was like a 6th grade like camping trip kind of thing. Hell yeah. Dude, that was fun. That was a blast. I really enjoyed it. You went to Stokes back in 7th grade? Yeah, I did it in 6th grade, probably in like 1995. Yeah, that's funny. Dude, I had a blast. I really liked it. Stokes was just like think like what a typical summer camp looks like. You got like cabins and it's out in the middle of the woods and blah blah blah, right? That's in Sussex. There you go. But yeah, it was just a thing where for like 2 weeks or maybe just a week, you know, like your entire class, like for 6th grade, would actually get sent out to it, and you would learn like almost like some survival stuff. One of the things I remember from that was when they took some steel wool and they actually connected it to the batteries of a flashlight to start a fire. So, you know, they have a thing where it's like, of all these things on the ground, which one would you pick? And most people are like, oh, flashlight, meh, right? Instead, I'm going to grab matches or something, right? And then they're like, oh, actually, no, the flashlight's great because you can have light at night, but you can also use the batteries and some steel wool to start a fire. And I remember thinking that was kind of cool. So yeah, it was fun. I liked it. But it was very much like a summer campy thing where like your counselor was actually typically one of the person, like someone's parent, right? As like a chaperone for your year 1 cabin. So yeah, it was really cool. But all right, hold on. Let me make sure I close some more of these. We don't need Rust Analyzer. Don't need the Swift one. Probably don't need Tailwind. We'll leave YAML for now, and then all the others are disabled. So yeah, restart extensions. Sounds cool if you watched MacGyver a lot, yeah. You did winter camping for a week for extra credit. Yeah, ours was in like either fall or spring. I forget which. It wasn't like dead winter, but it definitely wasn't summer because it was during the school year. But all right, so we've got this installed. What I want to do here is look at the GitLens stuff for it and check out Focus View. And yeah, because this is all like mine, there's nothing assigned to me that is relevant. So it doesn't really matter which one of these I actually do. So at this point, git remote-v. I actually want to make this the upstream. And then I want to fork it myself. Copy the main branch only. Nah, I kind of want everything in there just for visibility and all that. I'd love it if when you fork something, you could copy issues too. That'd be really cool. Because then maybe we just like mass assign issues to ourselves so we can like visualize things. But it's probably not that important. Dealing with a collapsed tent in the middle of the night was interesting, not to mention the snowstorm that hit you. Ooh, so you didn't use the cabins. You guys were actually out in tents. Interesting. Sounds intense, like camping, right? Because you camp in tents. I know, terrible joke. All right, so we got our fork. Let me add that as our main. Origin, not main. All right, so the next step, I need to turn on issues. Probably don't want it preserved. And probably don't need projects for it. And I think we're good. Cool. So now that we have issues, we'll go create one. What's up, FD? How you doing? Allow usage of custom LLM via open AI compatible API. In many cases, it would be nice to be able to send AI prompts and requests to a custom LLM. This could be locally hosted or on an internal network. Enterprise users would be a major use case because they need to protect the data that is exfiltrated from their organization. Or prevent data from being, right? Or protect the data from being exfiltrated from their organization to services like OpenAI or Anthropic. Oh, didn't mean to click save. All right, so we're going to submit this issue to our fork of VS Code GitLens. So the first part, and really this is where I want to use the playbook that I kind of have to kind of understand and like walk through what our process might be for this task now. So now that we have this task, right, let's double check. Does focus view now have that issue? No. Interesting. All right, well, here's the next bit we want to do. I think I want to go to extensions and actually disable GitLens itself because I believe I can add an extension from local. So here we restart. And then I forget what the process is. Extension. Pretty sure there's a way to install a local extension, because I know we've done that with HTML biscuits. So, how to install VS Code extension from local. Install from v6. Oh, install extension from location. There it is. Okay, cool. So now we go to T7 here. We go to repos. And we see VS Code GitLens. We open that. What I think I need to do then is we need to go in here. There's definitely some place we need this. And what up, Nasreddin? How you doing? Exactly, it is FD, yep. Yeah, so basically GitLens is one of the things that I'm going to be hosting a workshop on to show people through the product. The main gist is, for the moment, we need to figure out how to do the dev process. And I wonder if the README maybe has something like that. So getting started, installing. What about new bells and whistles? So no, like the goal is to like kind of like introduce people to features that they might not be aware of. So for the most part, when you look at, you know, we don't have it installed right now because I'm trying to set up the local version. But the inline blame and the stuff in your gutter is what most people kind of like know and associate with GitLens. And those are the things that I pretty much only use GitLens for, but there's a lot of other features that we want to dig into. But the main gist is I need to figure out where this gets configured. And it might be here. No, so those are the recommended ones. This is the settings file. Yeah, no worries. Yep. They do use Prettier? Awesome. Cool. Glad I didn't have to uninstall that. I'm pretty much thinking that the issue here is it conflicts with our existing GitLens, and I don't want to uninstall that though. So here's the license. It is MIT. Awesome. Contributing. Let's look at this. All right, so yarn run watch. Linting, bundling, debugging. Aha! So that's the extension development environment. That's the one we actually care about. If we do yarn build, oh, yep. Right, yarn install. That's going to take a little bit of time. Yeah, exactly. Yep, for sure, collaborative rocker. Yeah, and that's the whole gist of what I'm trying to do, to create a workshop that is then useful for onboarding and teaching people about the product. So that's what we're doing like right now. But I need to like set up the dev environment and do all of that stuff. All right, test, test, test. All right, just double check in. Music looks really low over. Check, check, check. All right, that should be good for YouTube. Sorry, YouTube. That should be some better audio for the music. Here we go, compiling again. And hey, Archers and Mr. Sir. Yeah, how you doing? Did that help with the music? It paused right now, so give it a sec. Or not paused, but it was quiet. All right, so how's the music volume compared to my voice right here? Is the music too loud, too quiet? Anything I should do? Just let me know, Archer. No, that's fine. I'm just, yeah, just saw you join. Perfect. But how's the music? Well, I just think the music was a bit quiet. You don't need to know what the issue was. I'm just wanting to know, how is the volume? Can you hear the music? Does it need to be louder or quieter? Cool, cool. Thank you. All right, so yeah, we're having to compile a bunch of these things that need node jip, etc., which is fine. It's a large project, so yeah, it's going to take a little bit. me double check, make sure no one's reaching out to me at work. Oh, someone did. Okay, hey, we finished. All right, so then yarn build. And I guess while this is going, right, we can actually go to another tab here. So yeah, volume-wise, we're gonna head here. We're gonna head into repos. And yep, tree that stuff. We're in repos now. I wanna just make their mock LLM server. PNPM init. Ooh, and yeah, what's a good way to get started with Express? I don't want to install something like that. Nah, we're good. We'll just do the getting started. We do an init. Add Express. Looks like this is still building, which I find curious, but that's fine. I'm gonna do a new code window. We're gonna do it with just raw JS for now. That's odd. Why is it? What do they call that? It's gonna be in settings. Hold on. Code, preferences. Let's just make this one default. There we go. Then in here, index.js, we'll paste that. Prettier should add the semicolons for us here in a sec. Maybe not. There it is. And yeah, from there, I don't know what the endpoints are that the extension is sending to, and that's where we're going to have to do some discovery. So here, this is going to be restart or reload, I think. Reload window. And it did load locally. So hold on. Let me just find home. Right. Development. VS Code GitLens. Let's just try and find it within here somewhere. We're gonna move the test environment. I guess there is fine. All right, so the word home. All right, so that did finish. Yarn watch. Try and reload window and see if that updates now. And I think we might have to just keep going and like refreshing, but we do see home test there on the left. Perfect. So one thing I want to do then real quick is update settings for this profile. And I want to move the sidebar. Boom, we're gonna move that to the right. Good to go. All right, so we discard that file. In here, let's actually just open a folder. How's my new job so far? It's great. Yeah, everyone on the team's awesome. They've got me doing some interesting stuff, which I like. Let's do this with just some random repo, like AstroToml. Yeah, it's great. All right, so we got this AstroToml integration. Sure, we can zoom out a little bit. You got a new role in your job too? Sweet. Yeah, what's the role? All right, so home test right there. What else do we see that we might want to edit? Oh, and it's actually GitLens. So it's going to say, ooh, home test. System analyst in charge of your telematics. When you say telematics, do you mean telemetry? Oh, and this is profile that. We want profile debugging GitLens. Let me try and reload window. Oh, for lithium-ion batteries. Interesting. Okay, so hold on. If I go and I disable GitLens, does that fix it? Well, shucks. This is not what I was looking for. Maybe I need to uninstall GitLens first. All right, so we see home test over here on the right. But it keeps reloading. Why? Let's try and reload the window. And yeah, how's it going, Kenny? Mr. Sir? Yeah, so we see my changes not making it through. So I'm going to restart the watch. We see test over there in both. Oh, what? The top one updates, the bottom one doesn't. So maybe that's fine. I think we're good. Okay, cool. So let me see if there's something else I can do, right? Like that popular views. Ooh, and you know what? I bet I don't need that because the watch is already happening over here. So let me see about that. Popular views. Where do we see it in the source code? Perfect. All right, so we see it over here in home. If I save that, it doesn't auto update, but if I refresh, it does. Hey, all right. So that works for me. So there's something else. Oh, hey. I might have to make it do your name because it didn't understand it. The Marsoc. Yeah, I remember that. How you doing? What you up to? But okay, so hold on. Let me do this one for you. Akavenge. Let's see if the bot does a better one here.
Thanks for the support.
Let me refresh and try it.
Thanks for the support. Akavenge sounds like a hero born from the resolve for justice. Imbued with the power of balance and retribution, Akavenge is a symbol of vengeance turned to vigilantism, patrolling the night to restore equilibrium where there is chaos. Clad in a suit that shifts shades from shadowy midnight to fiery crimson, they wield the ability to see the truth behind lies and summon weapons forged from pure conviction. Their origin story begins with an ancient lineage of guardians destined to protect the balance of the world. Akavenge hails from this line but was thrust into heroism when their family was wronged by forces corrupting the scales of justice. Swearing to never let another suffer such a fate, they channel their ancestors' power to strike back against the dark, forever watching, forever avenging.
That was solid. That was a good one. No, not Batman. We don't want to get sued. Come on, man. Hold up. Let me do one thing here. Okay, so we actually have what we need here. We may need to like reload windows or things like that as we do it, but should be good. All right, so I guess the next biggest part, right? And let's kind of go through the playbook that I had. So basically, we've got our task for adding a custom LLM option to GitLens commit recommendations. Oh, and real quick, I missed a follow. Enix Space, thank you. Right. So first, we should... Oh, and you know what? Hold on. Let me do this. Code... Let's open a different folder. Let's actually open GitLens itself. Shit. How do we make it open the same folder twice? Add folder to workspace. That might be the way. All right, here we go. And let me go through and disable a bunch of these extensions again. Yeah, this is a bit annoying. I should probably have them only enabled for certain workspaces, not enabled by default. Power mode, prettier, pretty TS errors we leave. Pyrite we disable. Rust analyzer we disable. Swift format we disable. I don't think we're using Tailwind in this project. YAML we can probably leave, and the rest is good. So then we restart. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Mountain Blade Bannerlord? Nice. Yeah, I think you were around when I started another playthrough, right? I had forgotten how much like how far I had gotten on the first playthrough. I think I pretty much got to endgame. But yeah, how you doing, Ibrahim? Yeah, I appreciate that. You'll continue to follow? I appreciate you. Thank you. And thank you for lurking over on YouTube. I really, yeah, that benefits me a lot. Someone always tries to rise against you. Yeah, I get it, but like I completed the main like story mode BS, you know. But yeah, you're messing with monorepos, getting familiar with the architecture. Nice. What kind of monorepo? Did you mean more like with a turbo repo style, like JavaScript monorepo? Or do you mean more like, or even like PNPM monorepo or any of that? Or do you mean more like Bazel monorepo? Yeah, exactly. There you go. Starting with an NPM monorepo. Gotcha. Yeah, I would say fiddling with and understanding the differences between NPM's version of it, Yarn's version of it, and PNPM's version of it would be really useful too. And then eventually, like, trying out Turbo Repo and seeing what it does for you might be worthwhile. But really, yeah, like, understanding them all right now. You know, like, where the boundaries between them kind of are. That'll be useful for sure. Yep. Gotta go check on the fiance. Oh, she's got a migraine. That sucks, man. Well, yeah, good job being there for her. That's important. But okay, so we've got this built out. What I want to do next is, we don't care about the cloud patches or the workspaces at the moment. Let's go look at the commit graph. Let's move that over a bit. Don't need it that big. And cool, yeah, we see all the work that people have done. We've got our changes that are work in progress. So now, as we're looking at this, I probably want to try and find where some like open AI stuff was done, right? So as we search for it, it does need to build out an index and do some of those things, but that was nice and quick. I've seen it take way longer. When we look at this PR, we don't necessarily care about the auto links for it, but we do see what files got changed. And realistically, yeah, our command for generate commit message. That's a big part of it. Okay, let's pop out the commit graph to its own thing. And yeah, my poor Mac Mini. Oof. So yeah, the general gist is, one thing, I want to do a git command c authors contributions list. So if we do short log -n, we can see who the main people working on this thing is, right? But we don't get much information from it, which is kind of annoying, right? Now, if we just did git short log, that gives us a little bit as well, but it's all like just alphabetized based on the user's name, so that's not ideal either. So then what if we were to look at, git log? That shows us things as they were done from the most recent backwards, right? But it's not great. We can even do something like git lg, which is a command that I have installed, and we can kind of see that, yes, they are very keen on squashing things and, keeping like a nice clean linear commit graph, even if other people are adding and working on stuff. We can see where the tags are, but we can't actually like interact with this at all. So then instead, if we were to go look at what we see inside of here, right? This commit graph shows us so much more, and we can actually like click in and understand things as we do it, right? So we can click there. It gives us a little bit of info if we want to inspect it. So that would be open details, and we can see the file history. So no editors open that can provide that history yet. We might want to just open up a specific file, right? So we're not in a file at the moment, but we can get some info on what was done in this commit, right? So we can see that Eric Amodio, oh, you guys can't see it actually. We can see that Eric Amodio here, the main original author of this, added a thing for a prompt if patches setting is disabled on show. And we can see when it was and all that. So we get a little bit more just interactivity if we use the commit graph for stuff that there are commands for that we can use totally, but instead we get some value from just like being able to search through and find all this stuff. And even being able to search our commits nice and easy instead of having to pipe through to grep and all that stuff becomes really useful. So yeah, at this point, and I should definitely pop this over so y'all can see it, we can see that there are a couple things in here that are interesting to us for this feature that we're working on. We know that theoretically Eric Amodio is someone that is intimately familiar with this. When we look at all of the different OpenAI things that we search, Eric seems to be the one person really working on and focusing on this part. So he is the subject matter expert for any of this like AI wiring. It does seem that someone named Daniel did some work as well, which is cool. Awesome. That was about a year ago. So they've been working on this feature for a while. If we go a little further, right, it needs to like fetch more data because it's only got so much loaded up into the graph. And then this is where adds experimental OpenAI commit message. So this is the first commit that really kind of gives us some info about what's been done. And we get a lot more like, well, okay, cool. Here's where the generate commit message command was and where some of these like Git things are, right? Parsers and Git related things. However, that doesn't give us info about like, well, yeah, what about OpenAI, etc. This is such like an old piece that maybe it's not that relevant. This is 13 months ago that you can't see that part right now. But we do know who's kind of modified these things and where. So instead, let's go back to the most recent one, because I think that's more relevant to what we're looking at. And I want to kind of get a visual file history of this. So if we do this, right, I can right-click the file, I think. Maybe not. Ah, here we go. File history over here on the side. Kind of gives us a list of like all the changes that have been done to this, even if they didn't have OpenAI in the description of it, right? So this gives us a bit of like a, file history of it. We can actually do the visual file history too. And the time frame, we need a way longer time frame for this. So let's do full history of this entire file. And then, yeah, if we wanted to, we could pop this out to its own window, and that becomes useful. Right? We still want to go back, do the full history of this file. And we can kind of see, like, yeah, most of this has been Eric, which makes sense. And a lot of it was, like, prototyped and experimental for a while, about a year ago. And then only recently has there been some more changes to it. So now that we have a good, like, visual flow of this, we can kind of recognize that Eric is pretty much the only person who has touched this exact file. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. The other person we saw did something related to the OpenAI stuff, but not related to this specific file. But this is maybe one of the files we're going to want to look at to understand how things are going. What's up, Millennial Corner? How you doing? So, now that we understand this file a bit more, we can close that. If we were to go back to focus view here, within this commit, we can then see which things are changed. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. There's even better coders than I, right? Like, more entertaining, but it's still pretty cool, so glad to have you. But yeah, if we look at, you know, maybe the AI provider service, we can then start seeing who's changed what where using the inline blame, right? We can see that this part was part of this exact commit. The commit itself is maybe less relevant to what we're looking for, so the changes aren't as important. And instead, we just want to open this file. And yeah, I'm basically like learning and discovering how to use this on my own anyway. So now that we have this file, we can see, yeah, we get some of that. What we could then maybe try is... I know there was another thing to do. So the thing in the title, right? If you read the title, it's pretty specific. You can also get a today command, and that'll get it a little bit deeper. So then I think there's something to... Let's look at what GitLens allows us to do. We see line blame. We can toggle that on and off. Right, as far as other things, we can then... I think there's another thing that'll actually give us like individual, like every line listed on the left instead of relying upon just the ones we're looking at. I don't remember what that is. If we do this, we can actually, here it is, toggle file blame. That gives us this sidebar thing that gives us a little more info into like what's going on here, right? Which chunks of code were kind of done together, right? Who's modified this file. And yeah, in this file, it seems to be pretty much only Eric modifying things, which makes sense. Okay, cool. So then one more thing we can do is if we go look at the file heat map, that is this sidebar stuff. Cool. So now that we've done that, what are some other features that we really, really want to highlight in the process of doing this? So if I do GitLens inspect, this is where we're looking at the most recent commit to this file. Right, and that's where they split the AI service into providers. That way you can have multiple providers. So at this point, we probably want to create our own provider stuff, right? So there's the OpenAI one. There's probably an Anthropic one as well. When we click into here, let's see, can we open file? Welcome back, Akabench. And I should keep this over so we can see it. So we've hit upon inspecting things, the commit graph. I don't think focus view is going to be as important. If I do click focus, I don't see the issue that I would care about here. So let me do this. Current window, shared workspace hidden. And that's where I probably want GitLens Pro. Because it's seeing this as private stuff. Even though we can't see it over here because I uninstalled. I should probably just sign up, right? I bet I could, I bet I could get things. I bet I could get it paid for. But at this point, no, like, this is on my personal account, which I think is just fine for now. For my work account, I would do this, but for my personal, I think it just makes more sense to purchase. And I don't mind. Like, it's so cheap. Let's see. Let me do this. Give me just 1 sec. All right, let me do two-factor auth. And yeah, the main reason is like I don't have any of my work account stuff set up on here, and no, I don't have any promo codes to give out. But that would be kind of cool, right? Do some like competition or something at some point. If you are a content creator of any kind, you can apply to the ambassador program, and that will get you a free account or a free service. There's also the idea of champions, where if you want to like represent and try and convince your company to use it, that could be an option too. All right. See, I don't mind paying for it. I think it's worth it. Wait, did that not go through? What the fuck? Hold on, sorry. Looks to me like that didn't work. Oh, hold on. I think I get it. I see, I see. All right. That's what I was missing. Okay, so payment should have been made, and I should have a proper account now. 1 of 1 licenses used. All right, all right. So yeah, sorry for the delay. Cool, so now I have a pro account. Here in the account portion. Let's reload. I am on GitKraken Pro now. Cool. So now from here, Interesting. I still don't get anything in the focus view. All right, so that's not that. So yeah, we got a lot of the just default stuff going. I bet, hold on. If I head over here, GitKraken Workspaces, enter workspace name. This is... and what's up, Weasley? How you doing? Yeah, we're having a great stream. This is going to be GitLens. My fork of GitLens. Choose repositories from the current window. Okay, so now if I click focus view, so I find that so strange that I can't get to the focus view for this workspace. Let's add that to our VS Code workspace. Yeah, we've done that. The thing in the title, and we've got a today command. What if I open it in a new window? Oh, right, and we've got it there. Okay, so we uninstalled GitLens. Let's add it back. Can I get focus view to show me that? No. I'm so confused by that. Because I have an issue created. Let me try looking at it here. Oh, interesting. So it doesn't actually filter based upon the workspace here. That might be something that's a bug because it's still in preview. Yeah, so I'm basically trying to discover and understand some of the tools that we make at GitKraken here. We can close that down for now. I want to see if we see it here in the command line, and maybe that's something different. Interesting. I guess part of it... Well, no, hold on. Yeah, so I think focus view has some work in progress to be done, because I should be able to filter this a little better. If I refresh my data, do I see anything different? Nope. Okay. Hold up. Oh, that's fine, Bob. I believe I can share this. We're planning on making GitLens for JetBrains. What are you seeing right now? This is GitKraken CLI, and this is the focus view that is part of it. So yeah, you can manage your workspaces. You can't do the commit graph in here yet. You can manage your account. You can look at the issues. So let's try that. So GK issue list. That's using the Vexilla workspace, but what if I want to do it for a different workspace? It's written in Go. It's using Charm Bracelet and a bunch of their components. Now, I don't know how much I can share about the source code because it's not open source yet. Yeah, so I don't know nearly enough about it. So that's what we're kind of working on right now. So GKWS, let's look at the workspaces. That'll probably tell us some other commands. Is there a help command for the workspace? There is. So you could add repos to it. You could switch. Yep. Yeah, good call. And if you're doing it with open source repos that are public on GitHub, etc., then you can totally use it for free. But if it's for private repos, that's where Focus View and Workspaces and some of these other things are part of the paid tier. I just subscribed to Pro. Even though I work for them, I did it for my personal account rather than the account that I have set up for work stuff. But I'm really just trying to like understand how all this works, because I need to set up a workshop for this process. So let me try that. Let's see what happens. Yeah, a little bit. Now I probably want to switch the default workspace. So then if I do GK focus, yeah, exactly. So now that's fetching. We see that it's still not filtering these based upon that. This is a work in progress, and I probably need to update, so there might even be some fixes that I'm missing out on. I want to pin this item. Aha, so that's the pinning. Cool. And I bet I can unpin it now. Yep. So one thing that they would benefit from, I think, is optimistic updates. Instead of making me wait, they could just do it, and then if it fails, resolve it later. That would be useful. I wonder, can I snooze this item? No. Okay. So that's a bit different. So I can't seem to snooze issues. But I can snooze that, which I don't care about. Right? That's the teleport stuff. We got our work in progress here. If I hit enter, we can see what I've changed. So yeah, this is pretty cool, right? If we hit enter on this, we can see what's over in there. Right, my editor's probably a little too zoomed in for it. Not editor, but terminal. Okay. Okay, so I think I've got a decent scope of what our plan is. Let me do a bit of like a timer just to see how long it takes me to get through kind of what we've got set as part of it. Yeah, I probably don't have an up-to-date nerd font. So one second. Let me go to nerd fonts because they've added new stuff. Comic Shans Mana. Yeah, I think so, and that would be nice to have shouted out. It does look like we might have an unban request. Let's take a look at it. We'll see if it's sincere. It's rare, but it has happened. So let me double check that. Someone's butt hurt. I think this one deserves shouting out for the rest of y'all. I believe someone is actually projecting with this comment, too. The Demise Timeless would like us to know that he thinks we'll die alone and they can't even spell Yul properly. Yes, we banned them because I made a meal the other night that I said was quick and easy. And for some reason, that offended them, and they had to chime in, well, I don't know about quick and easy. I can make spaghetti and meatballs quicker. So who's gonna die alone? You can't even let someone say a meal was quick and easy? Right? You gotta chime in that you can make one of the quickest and easiest meals quicker. Like, dude, what a dickhead. Denied! It doesn't matter. Yeah, they can be whatever they want. They just know they suck. Right? They were banned, they unfollowed the other account too. They decided they needed to come back here and make that comment. How sad is their life? They could have just moved on. I know, right? Yeah. Akira had a really good comment on the tweet when I was talking shit about him. Akira's comment was basically, well, I can make top ramen quicker, so I got you both beat. And Akira's obviously joking. Right? So yeah. And meanwhile, they're making their sauce from powdered sauce. Like, it's not even good spaghetti. Meanwhile, I made shrimp scampi from scratch. So yeah, it's just ridiculous. That's the type of trolls we deal with here in Twitch. Just the no-lifers. You can make minute rice in 30 seconds. Damn. Right, you've heard of 8-minute abs. What about 7-minute abs? Well, sure, yeah, you got 7-minute abs, but I got you beat. 6-minute abs. There you go. Imaginary abs. Nailed it. Alright, so yeah, let's install these nerd fonts. I should have done this ages ago. Here's the funniest part of their "you'll die alone" comment. Technically speaking, we all die alone. No one goes with us. You know? Everybody dies alone. That's the whole point. You're dead. But anyway, we don't need to give the troll any more attention. That's what they were looking for anyway. Yeah, exactly. Alright, so we got that installed. What I'm wondering now is, if we go to iTerm and we set that up, does that mean we no longer get that question mark? Oh, that's beautiful already. I like it. Hold on, what's the one after it? Is it Boulder? I think that works. We're gonna call it good. Nailed it. All right, so let's look at GK Focus. And honestly, I like that. Ooh, that's pretty. That's pretty. It's not a boulder, it's a rock. There you go. Nailed it. Oh, and yeah, I think we already got it fixed because these were question marks before too. I know, exactly. Whatever. So if we pin it, that's the pin icon. That's what that was. Nailed it. Yeah, so real quick, I have always used a different way of installing these fonts. But, as you can see, my previous one didn't have some of the icons that are expected to be there now. So yeah, nerd fonts. Really good stuff. Alright, they take icons from Font Awesome, Powerline, Dev icons, weather icons, SETI, Oct icons, font logos, Pomicons, right? Material design, and Codicons, and they are all combined into one giant nerd fonts collection. And then they have various fonts that they have patched, so you don't have to do that part yourself. That's awesome. And yeah, a lot of them to choose from too, which is cool. And realistically, you could also just patch your own fonts if you have one you prefer. There's a command line script to do so. I'm not sure if they shout it out here though. I'm not sure. Yeah, let's go look. View installation instructions. Configuration, nerd fonts. So it's a little further down there, but it is there. And hold up, this part right here, pretty important. Yeah, this part's huge. Because this was something I ran into as an issue, right? I think I actually ran into the login issue too. Yeah. Honestly, the README is not bad. I would say they probably need some of it over on this page. But I guess the more noise there is on here, the less useful it might be. But it is over in the installation instructions, so I think that's a big part of it. I think that's worth it. But yeah, cool. Let me double check, make sure no one from work is reaching out. Hello. There we go. All right, looks good. Hey, what's up, YouTuber? GitKraken is relevant to non-Mac OS users? Absolutely. Yeah, so GitKraken has been like a fully cross-platform thing forever. It's an Electron app, so it works on anywhere an Electron app will run, such as Windows, Mac, Linux, right? All of the above. Yeah, I can't think of a single era or time when it didn't work everywhere. So yeah, I'd say give it a shot. See what you think. So YouTuber, it might have been something different. I'm not sure what. If you go to Git SCM, I think they shout out some other tools that maybe you had confused with what we were thinking. So if we look at Git GUI clients, I see Mac Windows, Windows, Linux Mac Windows, which is GitKraken Desktop. Ooh, they already updated it. Nice. Maggot. Mac Windows. Maybe Tower was Mac only for a while. Ooh, Git Up might have been part of it. That looks like it's Mac only. Maybe Anchor Point was Mac for a while. Not sure. Git Fox, that one's Mac only. So yeah, you might have gotten it confused with just one of the other GUI tools. Git Butler, yep. Just Just trying to see what else is Mac only first. Get Viewer, that one's Mac only. So yeah, it could have been any one of those. Ooh, GitKraken CLI, there we go. Git Butler seems pretty specific to other workflows, huh? Okay. Yeah, there's a ton of them. That's crazy. I didn't realize how many there were. Why don't I see Git Butler in this list, actually? And yeah, Nitro Git, dude, yeah, ancient. It's pretty new? Okay. Wow. Yeah, I would say Git Butler's blowing it by not being on this page, though. And yeah, might as well, you know, understand the competition. Oh, and YouTuber, you were thinking of Tower? Yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember Tower being Mac only for a while. So yeah, good call. Simultaneous branches on top of your existing workflow. Right. So GitKraken has a similar way of like handling this problem. But yeah, you're right. I remember seeing some like Hacker News posts about Git Butler. Yeah, mainly to help you avoid things like Git Stash, right? Because managing your stashes can be a pain. So yeah, the virtual branch thing is really like a big part of it. Ooh, and merge.berlin. Yeah, I really need to get my... I need to get my passport. Oh, I've seen, is it Saren or Sharon? I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah. Seen her on Twitter a bunch. Ooh, Robbie Russell, creator of Oh My Zish. That's legit. Oh, this is cool. Here we go. Yeah, so Scott, co-founder of GitHub, co-founder of Git Butler. Got it. Hey, Cassidy's gonna be there. Nice. I forget what Contenda is. David Kramer, co-founder and CTO of Sentry. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen him without glasses. I know I've seen his Twitter posts before. Yeah, formerly at Microsoft. She used to stream here on Twitch. She had a great stream. It was cool. Yeah, her and, why am I spacing on his name? They used to do, like, a really good collaborative stream. Why am I spacing on his name right now? He works at GitHub, I think. Super cool dude. Damn, John Romero's gonna be there, though? That's legit. That's really cool. Damn it. All right. I need my passport. I won't be able to make it to this one, but next year's maybe. Ooh, co-founder of Tori gonna be there? Dude, yeah, that's legit. Yeah, this seems like a really interesting conference. Yeah, no worries, Chikia. I mean, I'll be streaming tomorrow as well. But yeah, I get it. If I'm just here while you're doing like work stuff, that makes sense. Or if you're here while you're doing work stuff, I mean. Yeah, no worries. No stress if you're not. That's fine. So Scott, what is Scott going to be presenting on? Doesn't say. You can get certified in wines and spirits? New life goal. Can I skip the wine part and just do the spirits? Oh, you're saying it's combined with Kyle here? Oh, in conversation with Scott Chacon. Okay. Yeah, this does seem really cool. How much are tickets? Okay, so for next year, I just want to make sure I submit. Yeah, exactly. I'm not doing that out of my own pocket. Oh, and it's put on by Get Butler. Ah, interesting. Interesting. Yeah, it could be cool. Yeah, I'll definitely try and submit something for next year. It seems like they really prefer getting, like, famous people for it. Right? What happens on day 2, though? So talks, firesides, panel discussions. Talks, firesides, panel discussions. Doesn't really seem like enough talks to fill up all that content. I mean, I need a passport anyway, though. So I'm gonna have to do that. Like, I need a passport. That's all there is to it. If, like, not just for this, but, like, yeah, I'm gonna need it for... There's just so many, like, conferences that I want to, like, submit to. But yeah, interesting. All right, so let's go through a basic gist. Let me pour another beverage real quick. And I'm the Beanie Dev. There you go. I like it. It is kind of fun when random people recognize me at meetups and stuff, which is pretty cool. It's not that often, but it does happen. It does happen. Thought you could redeem the 10 grand reward for what? I mean, which job are you looking for? Or not which job, which talk are you looking for? All right, do you have a specific one in mind? Thanks, Mohai. Oh, I mean, I don't actually have a preference on any of them. But all right, so let's keep going. What I think I want to do first real quick. All right, let me do that there. Let's pop that out. I wish we could get the focus view to actually shout out what we got here. There's something up there, and I'm not sure what. I don't know why it's not showing us everything. Yeah, up to you. Yeah, it's fine. All right, so we'll pretend that the issue is over here, right? Or instead, like, maybe we just look and we see, okay, like, I can just use this one. So yeah, let me go through my playbook a bit. And let's just look. The timer is at like 4 hours and 5 minutes here. Okay, so let's pretend that you were just given a task at work, and that task is allow usage of a custom LLM via OpenAI compatible API. This is going to be for GitLens itself, which is kind of fun. We get to even look at some of the source code. And this is our task. So if we wanted to do that, right? Like, what is the next process for it? We want to think about where OpenAI stuff has been done. So we've got the project. Maybe what we want to do first is understand who works on this project. And if you were to do that from the command line, you might do something like git short log -s-n. We can see who the most common contributors to this repo are, how many repos they've done, and it's sorted for us, which is nice. But that doesn't really give us a big full picture of what's related to what we care about. So, okay. And really the -s-n is just the sorting and the count, right? Sorting by the count. Here we can actually see just all of the contributors alphabetically by their name, but again, it's not that useful. So instead, if we were to do git log, we can see what's been done recently, and we might be able to pipe this to grep and get some good stuff there, but personally, I don't use grep enough to like have that memorized and understand what commands and flags and stuff I would need to do that with. So this is still less useful to me. One other thing you might be familiar with when looking at logs is the better git log, right? And it's basically this coder wall article. You can take what looks like the thing you just saw, and then it'll turn it into this nice, pretty, you know, like stack and graph of things that looks a lot like the GitLens graph, but we'll get to that in a second. One important thing about GitLG here is that it's not really interactive. You can't click something and get more data about it. You're pretty much only given what's in that view. So it's useful, it's nice. In other repos, you might get like a good, pretty like branching graph structure. Because of how this repo is managed, it's all kind of like flattened out, which is fine. Just depends on how you want to manage your stuff. But realistically, if we then tried to do that with GitLens, we could go over here to GitLens, and we could click commit graph. And in this commit graph, we would see all these things. Let's clear that search for now. And from there, what we recognize is that there's a lot of recent commits, like all sorts of stuff. One nice feature is we can pop this out to our main window so that we're not constrained to that bit. So now we got this giant thing here. I'm going to remove that for now. And for just demo purposes, we need to let it kind of load, and there's a lot of commits here, so it does take some time for some of these things. We might want to just let it finish fetching some of this data. And yes, my poor Mac Mini is sweating. This is much faster on my work machine, so it'd be better. But now we can see that, yes, there are some features in progress, right? We can see who some of the most recent contributors are, not just the ones that were listed in that other thing we saw. And we can see, like, you know, kind of what's being worked on, what commits they've made, etc. So pretty cool. Now, what we actually want to do is identify OpenAI commits, because we know that's one of the providers that's allowed for this, right? And if we do OpenAI, we let it search, we let it filter, and we see that the most recent commit for that is this one here. So if we want to inspect this, we can then go and look at Open Details. It pops it over to the side for us here, and we could always pop that out elsewhere. We could definitely do a lot of just like changing how our layout is. One fun thing is if we wanted to have AI explain our changes, we could do that, but then we'd have to go set up an OpenAI integration, which I'd probably want to have set up already. And that didn't work as I expected. So I'm gonna have to really like fiddle with this and understand it. But the explain AI isn't nearly as important. What I might want to do is find one of these files, such as generate commit message, and here we'll just pop open that file if my Mac Mini wants to cooperate. Wow, my Mac Mini is sweating. I can't right-click any of this stuff. Dude, come on, Mac Mini. Oh, and this is where we're running into issues with this. So, yeah, we see... I might not want to actually load up the thing where we do our changes to it yet. But here, if we look at it... I think I killed my Mac Mini. I think it's dead, man. Not a great demo so far. But we're already 6 minutes in, which is pretty good. If we start out with an intro, get 6 minutes in, and I start digging into, right, the search, which we did, we can then see who has modified things in the file history. So in this file history, looking at the file that we've changed, which, yeah, this whole thing's frozen for me right now. That's not great. We can see what has changed within this, and then there's even a visual file history that we can pop open. But we need to actually get that file opened, and this is where my Mac Mini sweating is giving me an issue. So then let me just hand wave away this thing being totally broken and me probably having to like restart everything. Once we've identified who the people to talk to about this are, right, we can then dig into looking at the visual file history. We can look at the file history itself and see all the commits to it. The visual file history, which we're just not getting right now because my poor computer. Sysmon is blowing it. I don't think we want to kill Sysmon. I don't know what it is. Sure, Skydriver. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so yeah, I don't think that's what we want to worry about right now. If I go to what we got here, we see nothing because it's failing. Yeah, that's fine. Let me know which ones you want, though. Like, which 3 look interesting. So then, yes, we would look at the file history for this thing. When we're inside of the file, we can then do the visual file history. We can then do the inline blame aspect of things. So yeah, if I move this over and we use the... Wait, is that not it? Oh, we want to click into this. And then we can go to, what? There's like a whole thing missing now. I think because we're just breaking things. We should be able to toggle like the blame and, oh man, yeah. I'm going to have to like reboot everything. But yeah, then we can look at who's modified which files and when. We can get this nice pretty, and I'm just like pretending that we can see it right now, but we can't. We can get this nice, pretty heat map of the things that are changed most often. And we can see that if we wanted to reach out to someone about what we're doing, Eric Amodio is probably the person to chat with. So yeah, let's just say we've got 10 minutes worth of content so far. As far as a workspace system goes, I would maybe want to try and modify things. I would probably want to have my OpenAI key added to it. And I could show off, yeah, so files located, make a change, see the changes in the gutter, make a commit, use AI to make the commit for now using OpenAI. Right? So I think we got easily like 10 to 15 minutes worth of content. But I'm going to need to like do a bunch of setup to the environment so that I can step through this without floundering like we are right now. And it'll be a lot faster over in my work machine rather than on this poor Mac Mini. Okay. And yeah, let me check that out here in a second, SkyDriver. I gotta pee though real quick, so give me a second. And yeah, we'll do the mock presentation for you, right? We'll do a re-presentation. Okie dokie. So, I'm back. Gotta ask for a raise. There you go. Yeah, the Git short log's kind of fun. And yeah, let me actually write that one down. So yeah, we would make a file change. We would make a commit. So add file. Use AI to make the commit. Push, or technically, hold on, before we make the commit, before we even make the change, make a new branch. Make a change, see the changes in the gutter. Then we make a commit, we add the file as part of it. We do that, we push it up to our branch. And make a PR. GitHub only for now. Cool, so I think we have a decent playbook so far. Is it perfect? No, but I think it gives me enough to solicit feedback and at least make like a description for it. So now let's look at the things that someone prefers. Yeah, you can't see what I was modifying just now. Sorry, I just have to go put that into my work machine so that I have it for later. Dude, and yeah, my poor Mac Mini right now, man. It does look a little better, actually. So we're good there. All right, so as far as the presentations you want. So Hugo shortcodes, porting boring avatars using mitosis, or Rust, Wasm, and you. I mean, I think the Rust, Wasm, and you one is more fun. Yeah, no worries. Let me pop open Cellulife. There we go. What other stats can Git give? I know there's some other ones I've looked at before, but I can't remember. So yeah, here we go. This is someone's request for me to represent a talk I've given. I gave this talk at the Rust Manning conference, or the Manning Publications Rust conference that was online. If you want to see the original, let me find it. Here we go. There we go. Let me just get this for you. I need my passport first. So yeah, we were just talking about that. So yeah, not for a while. But once I do have my passport, I'll start applying. And that'd be fun. At least for like UK ones and stuff. So yeah, if you want to see the original one from September 15th, 2020, there's the link for you. But you're going to get an encore presentation of it right now. So, the talk today is Rust, Wasm, and you. And you too. So, one thing to remember is that this is a web-specific talk. First, a little bit about me. I'm a full-stack developer. At the time, I was at Fresh Consulting. Now I'm at GitKraken, which is awesome. I stream on Twitch a lot. I have an awesome hoodie collection, and I used to be a former snowboard bum. So first, we're going to have some jokes to make some of this really technical content a little more fun in between things. What is a you developer's favorite song? It's not unusual. So first off, introducing you. What is you? You is a modern Rust framework for creating multi-threaded front-end web apps with WebAssembly. So you're going to be writing Rust code that compiles to WebAssembly and then wires up to the DOM using just a minimal layer of JavaScript for kind of exposing some hooks and callbacks and just, you know, some of the stuff that you can't do from Wasm yet. As of 2020, these are the project stats. I would assume it's probably more contributed to now, maybe has more people contributing as well, but 71 authors over just a month or two, right? We see 50 commits, 281 commits to all branches, 341 files changed, and a lot of additions and subtractions. And we see that the most active author kind of like dwarfs a lot of the others, but there is some good contribution, which is nice. So, pretty healthy project in general. So when I say Wasm, what is Wasm? Wasm is WebAssembly. In its own words, it's a binary instruction format for a stack-based virtual machine. A portable compilation target for programming languages. So you could write any language you want, and if it has Wasm as an output target, you can run it in the browser. Theoretically, which is pretty cool. So what are some other Wasm-capable languages? Well, for UI stuff, using C#, you can do Blazor, which is awesome. For more generic Wasm things, there's NWSDK, which is for C++. There's Chirp, which is for C. There's TinyGo, which is a very minimal garbage collector for Go, so you don't need the full garbage collector if you're within a browser, because the browser does a lot of that stuff for you. And there's actually a bunch more just generic Wasm-capable languages. My favorite video about Wasm, which we saw here on stream just the other day, just yesterday I think, is The Birth and Death of JavaScript. It's a fictional talk given in 2014 that actually predicted the timeline of what Wasm and WebAssembly is capable of. Back then, he was talking about ASM.js, which was a precursor to Wasm. But ASM.js was actually just JavaScript that gave the browser, or technically the VM, some type hints so that it could use like real number values after it compiled inside just-in-time compilation. When he gave this talk, there was a famous demo of Unreal Engine running in the browser with a very like interesting kind of like environment you could like walk around in and stuff like that. So pretty cool stuff. The fact that he predicted the future we're seeing is kind of crazy. He might be a time traveler who's kind of stuck in our timeline and he's trying to move things forward quicker than it was. That's my assumption. The talk itself is actually a fictional talk that pretends that it's being given in 2035 and all the things that could be possible. In the talk, he has fake examples of Firefox running in Chrome, running Photoshop that was compiled to WASM, things like that. So getting started. If you want to set up a project, you got to make sure you have Rust and Cargo installed. Rust Up is the recommended thing to install, Rust and Cargo, because it allows you to switch versions and a whole bunch of things like that. You're also going to need to get some tooling like WASM Pack. There's also WASM BindGen and Cargo Web. WASM Pack is a more modern version of some of these tools. There may be some things that WASM BindGen uses that does that you don't get in WASM Pack yet. But remember, this is from 2020, so some of this stuff may have massively changed in the past 4 years. But for the most part, WASM Pack is the newer, hotter tool to use for Rust WASM stuff. The nice part is there are some good minimal templates. So there's a minimal template for WASM Pack and Rollup, and then there's one for WASM Pack and Webpack. And really, this is just so that you can have the WASM output that you have from WASM Pack bundled up and attached to the JavaScript code that would then need to run it, and kind of like bundled together as your output for either an application or possibly even a library. There's also an unofficial template for doing the same kind of stuff with Parcel. If you're looking for some examples of using U, the best places to start, there's a to-do MVC, which every front-end framework needs. There's also how you might do custom components, like your own custom buttons and blah, blah, blah. And there's even like a dashboard application that kind of like gives you a little bit more of like a real-world example of what you might want to do with some WASM. So, yeah, just to space things out, what is a U developer's favorite musical instrument? A ukulele. So, let's dig into some of the features of U. It has an HTML macro. That HTML macro is basically a JSX-like syntax. So, you can do HTML or SVG with it, which is awesome. But beware, there is a recursion limit that you might hit with it, depending on how deep you're getting with divs and, macros of it. You may need to specifically set the recursion limit higher for more complicated code pieces or more complicated components. One important thing to recognize is that U and some of the other frameworks kind of implement their own HTML macro. There's an official one that ships with WASM Pack, I think, but this one is a U-specific implementation. One important bit is if you're used to React, you know that your top level in React needs a single element. Vue doesn't have that problem, but U does. Right? So U is heavily mimicking what you're going to be seeing in a lot of React applications where you need a single top-level element. And that's basically because when you consider what this macro is doing, these are basically just functions. So this top-level function, just like in React, needs to be just one thing that gets called, and then it can call an array of children underneath it. If you wanted to iterate over a list, there's a couple ways of doing that. So you could do a UL, and inside that UL, you might have your self.props.items.iter, and then you would map over that using your render item function to turn it into its own like individual LI HTML thing, and then you would collect that up into the collection of these things. Or you could do a for loop and iterate and map over using your render item function too. And hey, what's up, non-codes? We're doing a representation of a thing that I did 4 years ago. So, even more, there's a bunch of different ways you can style your HTML stuff here. And keep in mind that this might not be a proper HTML macro, because again, I don't have a single top-level element here. So that's a problem. But just to keep things moving along, we see container. We can do multiple classes, just like we can in CSS. We could also do some, string concatenation, or not concatenation, but interpolation using the format macro. So let's say you wanted a size to be dictated from your JavaScript. You could pass that in to this format macro and have that interpolated for you. You could also do a tuple of class names, right? And tuples here can have multiple classes in them. So there could be 3, 4, whatever. Tuples can have as many as you need in Rust. You could also do a vector of these, right? So let's say you're dynamically creating a vector of arrays somewhere. That's doable. And you could even just call out to a function that returns any one of these things as well. So there's a lot of like power in how you want to style things. And, you know, that power is left up to the developer. And you probably want to have a consistent convention for your team if you're doing this as a team project. And then finally, let's consider how we get some of these things into our code. So if we have a variable, we would want to do text, right? So that variable is inside these brackets. A thing that might not be as intuitive is if you want to do a raw string, you still have to wrap it in those brackets, and even the number 42, right? Numbers would also need to be wrapped in brackets here, just for this macro to do what it needs to do. You can also use expressions directly, which is something that you don't get in something like React, because in Rust, you get implicit returns from each branch of logic. So this implicit return means that if this value is true, this is being returned automatically without needing a return keyword or something, right? And your else is still an expression because expressions are first class in Rust. You can also just have your emptiness right here. And you would, I think, need this emptiness here, but I'm forgetting maybe if that's the fact anymore. So as we move on, some more features for how this works. So if you're going to create your own custom components, such as a button or a text input or all sorts of stuff, there's the life cycle to think about. And if you're used to Angular, some of these are going to be really familiar to you. And if you're used to React class components, this kind of life cycle should be really familiar. This life cycle actually comes from iOS, which then made it into Sprout Core, which then made it into Ember, and then pretty much every other framework out there borrowed this idea of the component lifecycle from Ember. And nowadays with React, you don't necessarily do that, but the same like fundamental idea of the code being mounted or rendered, and then, you know, the view changing after a change or an update, all these things are kind of just just really like useful. And hold on, I need to fire up my notes. There we go. Just because I want to make sure I don't leave anything out. So yeah, our components here, right? One important aspect of it is we have props, just like a React kind of component would have, right? And you need to define those props because Rust is a strictly typed language. So for here, we're going to have a struct that derives properties here. We will have our struct for the container that has props as an argument. And then we do our implementation of our component for that container. So now our properties are equal to props that got passed in, and we can use those self.0, which is our prop, like the children props in this, and render out our children if, we're passing things nested within it. So pretty useful stuff there. And this view function is basically like the render function in old class-based React components. Another interesting aspect is, well, what if you want to handle a click? Sure, yeah, that's how that works, right? You have your container that then has props, and then a link, which would be a component link. And I forget exactly what that part is for, so sorry about that. We don't have any props that we're passing to it, but we do have some messages that can be done from like an update here. So from this update, we're going to see something that kind of matches a bit of like what we would see in a Redux flow using a reducer, but this is just us matching on whatever message was passed to this update function. So here we can see that whether we're handling our click or handling our input, we need to kind of register these events in one place, in our update. And then once that update happens, it's going to go back through and cause our render to happen again. If we go look back up at this lifecycle, right, this update is from within, and it propagates back up to our view, and that causes a re-render. So this is our actual like view function that's being called down here at the bottom. So this view function is our render function. And within that, we're just going to be binding our self.link.callback. And we're going to call our message handle input with that link callback. And that's really kind of what's happening in this like update as well. There's some magic of how this is bound. So, yep, pretty cool. We got our button, we got an input, and we can just, you know, resolve those events using what we've already bound within the scope of our component. And again, it has to be this explicit because it's a very strongly typed language. So then from there, right, you may end up having to deal with refs. Those are, maybe you want to reference the exact DOM node. That DOM node reference isn't part of the Rust because the Rust doesn't have access to the actual DOM because it's running in WebAssembly. So instead, these node refs have to actually like proxy those references back. But that's where you might want to get like attributes on an element. So has attributes, you can call basically any of the JavaScript-y kind of things that we would care about from the DOM into your Rust code by using this node ref. So maybe you want to see how big the item is and get the height in pixels, or just get a like an attribute like data-foo, right? That is an attribute that you could grab and then evaluate and do things with. Agents here are very interesting. If you've ever done any Angular, agents are going to be actually kind of familiar. So it's very similar to an Angular service. They use web workers for concurrency. Not all of them do, but for the ones that are parallel rather than on your main thread, they're going to be using web workers to kind of like spawn these out and evaluate them without tying up your main render thread. Because, yeah, anything you're doing that blocks the render thread causes jank for the user. So they're useful for passing messages to any other component, or sharing global state, or even just like component, like sibling level state, things like that. You can also offload heavy computation to a worker thread, such as, you know, just any like a Fibonacci or something like that. Things that you don't want happening on your main thread because it would actually cause jank in your UI. If you look at what the agent lifecycle is like, it actually kind of resembles what we saw with the component lifecycle. But we don't see a render because there is no rendering with agents. It's more about just the agent connects to a component, and you can see which ones you've connected to. And then you're going to handle input from various places via just updating the agent. And that update can actually cause the input to happen again. And that's kind of like where like the connections are happening to your components that are listening to these services, or these agents technically. And then finally, you're going to get a callback for disconnected and destroyed. So all of these are basically callbacks in which you might want to do certain things. Your agent being created, you might want to grab something related to like the DOM node for the component that you've connected to. Things like that. And destroyed, that's where you'd want to clean up some of your maybe like listeners, or maybe like a loop that you're using in some way, right? Intervals or things like that. So basically there are 4 types of agents, and that's why I said like not all agents are necessarily on web workers, because technically the context is on your UI thread, right? Context and job are on your UI thread, so you want to make sure you're not doing anything too heavy because it's going to cause your UI to pause while they're doing their heavy lifting. One interesting bit is the UI thread singleton is incredibly useful for some of that shared state stuff, whereas a job might be specific to a single component. And how is that useful? Well, imagine that you have an agent subscribing to a scroll handler. What if you have multiple DOM nodes that have their own scroll handlers that you want to subscribe to differently? So the UI thread singleton, for context, might want to subscribe to the global pages scroll event, but then individual DOM element scroll events might be within a job. And then beyond that, you have public and private. They do the same singleton versus non-singleton idea, but it happens on a new thread. And this is where you'd want to do like heavy lifting type stuff, right? Things that would cause the UI to be a little janky or pause while they're doing synchronous things. When working with agents, right, there are 2 types of things that you need to worry about, right? So when communicating with those different types of agents, there are bridges, which are bidirectional, which means your component would connect to an agent and vice versa, like the agent would send data back to the component. Or you could even have agents do bidirectional communication to keep each other in sync. Whereas instead, a dispatcher might be, you don't care about the component being wired to an agent and causing your component to re-render. You just want to send data to an agent and then have it maybe cause something else to re-render or cause some background process to happen. So this is where it gets confusing. You know how I mentioned Angular services? These services in U are not that. They're actually just used to abstract out browser APIs. So you may have a service for local storage, right? You may have a service for fetch. And these are things where these are browser-specific APIs that are not actually part of what's in your WebAssembly. So these services are actually what give you that connectivity between your like fetch in the browser and your WASM code being able to call that fetch, right? So, right, request animation frame is your render service. Like all these things that we tend to need to use in JavaScript applications are exposed out to the WASM via services, basically. Right, so you get intervals and timeouts, and many more. You can do keyboard stuff, resize events, WebSockets, dialogues, and even console.log. But we didn't see scroll in here, which I find interesting. So I'm not sure how to handle scroll events. I didn't actually do any of that in my implementations, but maybe there is something for that now. I just didn't see it when I was looking. So yeah, whole bunch of technical stuff there. Time for another joke, right? So where do devs go to learn about you? A university. So, demo time, real quick. Let's look at what we got here. This is Cellulife. This is the thing that I built using you, and it's pretty fun. I've got a whole bunch of different, placeholders here that we can deal with. Right, if we were to do this connector, right? Bam, we see this kick off. We can turn up the frame rate to 60 frames a second. I think in some browsers you could actually crank it to 120 even. And the idea is, yeah, we're calculating all this and we can like run the frames at a slower frame rate, but we're still able to animate these things using request animation frame to where like the ebb and flow of these things are not tied to the tick rate of our world and how these things like evolve and move. So we can slow that down, way down even. And we still get like nice smooth animations, but we can crank our frame rate up and bam, right? And see how fast this is, even on my ancient Mac Mini? Pretty cool, right? One thing that's very interesting, where I maybe want to do a reset, we're gonna go and hit this C implementation. And if we do that right there, it creates a glider. So one interesting thing is that this entire view is not an infinite workspace, right? So technically it's going to loop around from top to bottom, left to right, because I thought it was more fun that way, because instead infinite workspaces means that this thing would go on forever. But oh my God, we just saw that we identified a loop. And what does that mean? Well, if you see a frame, right? The next frame after that is actually programmatically determined by Conway's Game of Life. And that's what we're doing right now. This is Conway's Game of Life. So every single frame is determined by the frame before it, which means the entire world we have is deterministic. That's why we're doing this within a finite space rather than an infinite space. In an infinite space, it is no longer fully deterministic. Technically it is, but we wouldn't be able to determine a loop anymore because it would actually just go on forever. So now we can determine a loop by seeing if we've seen the same frame twice. Because if we see the same frame twice, we know that every frame that came before it or after it or whatever is actually going to be the same thing, and it's going to give us the same state. So because of that, if we see the same frame twice, we know we are in a loop, and we can just stop the entire render, and we're good to go. So pretty cool stuff, right? The main goal of this game is to determine when a state gets into equilibrium, right? Such as when it hits a loop, and see how long we could maybe make this thing last. So here we went 800 steps before we determined that we were in a loop. I think technically the loop itself started after frame like 5 or 6 or something like that. How do we identify that we've seen this frame before? It's actually really easy. We keep every frame or every step of our life cycle here in memory, and we're checking every cell by cell, until we determine that there's a difference, and then we can bail out. So if every cell is the same for every frame, or like not for every frame, but as we go through, if we get to the end of one of those checks from the frame we're on and one of the previous ones we have in memory, we know that we're in a loop, because we've gone through one by one and checked all those. What that means is this is running really fast. Do you think you could write JavaScript that would analyze all 800 of those frames? Right? Could you do that in JavaScript? Quickly? Probably not. And the reason is you're no longer working with real, like, proper Boolean types in memory in JavaScript, right? Maybe Booleans would be fine, but what if you're trying to track numbers? Numbers are always float 64s. In WASM, we get real number types. We get real data types. And checking these things is actually not a big deal. It's not quite the halting problem. So you're asking about memory intensive if the loop is very long. Technically, the memory is not that big a deal. We hold about 1,600 frames in memory, and that's plenty for most cases. So let me show you an example. If we go to 42 here again, and we click this off, bam, bam, bam. We click start. Bam, there we go, we're going. There was a memory profiler at one point, I forget how we did that, but we identified that we're basically only consuming ever 12 to 20 megs of RAM. The part that actually gets heavy and why we had to cap the amount of steps in memory is the actual checking of each cell, right? So 1,600 frames of a 2,000 cell grid starts to add up once you hit 1,600 or so. No, none of this is WebGL. This is all just CSS animation. Or, no, this is Canvas. So we're rendering this to a canvas. So yeah, the amount of RAM consumed is actually pretty light. We've already hit, hey, we only have 16 frames in memory. But as we keep going, and I think it gets all the way up to 3,400 or something. So yeah, this is WASM rendering to a canvas. Yep. This goes a long time, and we're checking 1,600 cells, or 1,600 frames at theoretically 2,000 cells. And all of those checks of just a, Boolean value, we're checking all of that stuff on every frame. Total, what you're missing out on is that this is a demonstration of WASM. You arrived late, so you don't understand why we're talking about this. This is a demonstration of WASM for the sake of using WASM. I don't care if 3JS is more efficient. I don't give a shit. It's not related to what we're trying to do. So, bam, after 3,200 steps, we identified a cycle, right? That means that on this last frame, 1,600 frames were being checked, and we found out that we hit one that was the same as the next one. And that's pretty crazy right there, isn't it? No, that's fine, total. But yeah, unrelated, not what we're talking about. So yeah, pretty damn cool. And we could actually speed things up, right? What we could actually do is hash the values within our grid. Like each step is actually just a Boolean, like a two-dimensional Boolean array. So there's 50 rows by 40 columns, or 40 columns by 50 rows technically. And we're checking each one of those against the one that we're currently seeing for every previous frame that we have in RAM. That's a lot of checks and a lot of stuff happening, but WASM makes it fast. I guarantee that the JavaScript for that would be way slower, and it would consume way more RAM. It's pretty cool stuff, right? So as we go back to the talk, right, that was our demo. Pretty fun, right? Let's look at some of the internals of how some of this stuff works, right? So there's WebSys, or standard web. WebSys is part of WASM bindgen, whereas standard web is part of cargo web. And WASM pack is consuming WASM bindgen under the hood, but makes it a little easier. So for the most part, WebSys is more modern, but it lacks some of the features that standard web might have. So notice how we talked about not maybe having a scroll event. Again, this is a 4-year-old talk, so I could be wrong about like what's available now, like scroll events. But back then, scroll events might have been available via the services in standard web, but they were not available in WebSys. And there's going to be other things that were like that. I don't know what the current state of things are for that. If you wanted to actually debug things and check some panics and stuff, right? Console error panic here is going to give us some really nice stack traces that actually make things debuggable from our browser, which is then, remember, we're running Wasm in the browser, so inspectability into that Wasm from JavaScript is a little trickier, isn't it? But we actually get some nice debugging via console error panic. You don't get that with Cargo Web, and that's a major reason why you would want to start using Wasm bindgen. So even if Cargo Web and standard web had more like bindings to services and things from the browser, you're not getting really nice debuggability, and that debuggability is huge. Right? You can always just use console log, so yeah, Rust standard logging just works. There's also a uwrapper service for calling console log from inside your Rust code, but really, because of how they're wiring things up, you can just use Rust's logging, and you're going to get it in your console log inside of your browser in DevTools, which is awesome. And then there's a whole bunch of other utilities, right? Utils, such as neqassign, which is really shallow prop checks. That's a really important optimization that we should be familiar with from how should component update used to work in React class components and how things kind of work in React these days. Pure component uses neqassign under the hood, memoized based upon your props. There's LRC, which is a linked list reference counted smart pointer. I know those are words. I don't know what they mean together, so I didn't use some of this stuff at all, right? MRC and IRC are mutable and immutable reference counted smart pointers. Again, I never needed that, but you might if you're doing some Rust Wasm stuff. And then finally, there's history here, right? So, right, browser history, right? Like navigating to and from pages, etc. This utility is really useful for just understanding what the previous route was, what the next route could be as you navigate, things like that. And it's using a vec-deek under the hood. Again, a thing I've never needed because I'm not that deep into Rust. I like Rust, I like building things with it, but anytime I find myself needing something like this, I consider it almost a code smell. Because you can write naive Rust that is still faster than a lot of the other stuff you might write, and still safer than a lot of the other stuff you might write. So my personal preference is, when in doubt, clone it out. And yes, that performance we saw inside of my Cellulife, game, that is me doing really naive stuff. I'm cloning things around. I'm not using references. I am not using, mutable stuff at all. I am cloning everything. If the borrow checker yelled at me about lifetimes, hey, I'm just going to clone it. And I was still able to achieve really good performance. So yeah, if you wanted to make it even more performant, yeah, sky's the limit, really. So yeah, there's some undocumented things that I didn't find in their docs, right? If we look at their website, they even said to do in some of their docs and stuff. So yeah, the component lifecycle state machine was one thing we were missing. The VDOM diff algorithm. Sorry for my font saying bullshit there, right? How the VDOM is diffing things about what should render and what shouldn't. That is not covered in their docs either. There was a to-do for that one too. Maybe they've added it and updated it. Again, it's been 4 years. So now, what if you want to optimize your code, right? We saw that neqassign was used by other things, such as the pure component stuff, right? There's reference counting that would be useful. And functional components were not there previously, but might be there now. And some of the more modern, or not more modern, but more recently created Rust Wasm frameworks, I forget the name of them right now, might actually be more functional component capable. It just depends. I haven't looked at you for ages. Optimizing your build size, right? So Wasm can get fairly large. It's a binary that you're shipping. So, because it's a binary, it's actually not that compressible either, right? It's not like text that you can gzip. The binary is already compressed. So you need things like wealloc to minimize your binary size, right? Release compile profile from the Rust code is another bit. And then wasm opt is a really cool library to optimize basically anyone's WebAssembly, right? So any language's output of Wasm can be run through WasmOpt and be made smaller and better, which is pretty cool. So yeah, WeAlloc is the Wasm-enabled Elfin allocator. All right, Elfin meaning small, so it's less than a kilobyte of uncompressed WebAssembly code. And maybe the WebAssembly is compressible via gzip. I might have been wrong there. Sorry. It doesn't pull in the heavy panicking or formatting infrastructure that you would be used to with normal allocator stuff in Rust. But it is WebAssembly, I think, optimized? So it's designed for the Wasm32 unknown target and no standard as well. So pretty cool. Right? Optimizing compilation time. This part is pretty tricky. So the larger your Rust projects get, this is actually like Rust specific even. This isn't even Wasm or U specific anymore. The larger your Rust project gets, the longer it takes to compile. One way to fix that is to do cargo workspaces. So you might have your common code that other components might want to use, and that would be in its own like crate, in a main crate maybe. Or your main crate might do like routing and page selection stuff. The commonly shared code, right, maybe like some components and stuff, would be within another crate. And then you would start creating crates for each page that you have within your app. So that means that you only need to recompile main here if your commonly shared code updates, or if you update the routing or page stuff here. What that also means is that unless you are changing your common code, you only need to recompile the crate for each page that you're modifying. You're typically only working in one page at a time. I know, I get it, Skydriver. It's fine. No worries. So, yeah, this is basically a clean structure you might want to use for moving all commonly shared code to another crate. And if that commonly shared code updates, everything else needs to update. So that is like the worst case scenario. But in the best case scenario, updating your main crate that has your routing and page selection stuff, that's going to be pretty quick. Updating each individual page means you don't have to recompile every other page or your common stuff. So just really optimizing for what needs to compile and when as changes are made based upon a common workflow. That's the way to really optimize your compilation time. So yeah, whole bunch of stuff there. What does Batman use to climb a tree? His utility belt. So all right, I got some notes. Like we were saying, there was a bunch of to-dos within the Rust documentation, or within the U Rust documentation. So yeah, testing. I don't know. They didn't have anything that told me how I could test. It's not like I'm going to write tests for a side project anyway. So that was fine. Right? Direct CSS support, right? So use CSS, like inline declarations and stuff. There are things that do it. There's also CSS in Rust, like CSS and JS type stuff. So inspired by Sass and Solid Components. I'm not sure what the state of these things are, like whether they're abandoned or worked on still. And then CSS modules like you might be used to in kind of like standard, like not standard, but lightweight React like applications where you're not caring about, you know, I'm trying to think of a good example, but yeah, like CSS modules in a React style way is something that there was a crate for and might be useful for you. Right? Typically, though, you can do the same thing that you've done with just JS applications. You can just attach classes and then have your like your CSS files imported by your bundler on their own without actually having to bring them into your code here. So theoretically, the testing wasn't shown, but I did a little digging, and if you want to use it, you could do wasm bind gen test and actually write some tests that are, you know, run against your wasm. This is a very simple test, but you could do more verbose, more important testing. I didn't do that for a side project, so I'm not sure. One of the biggest things that I think you and possibly just like Rust Wasm stuff is missing are external libraries for things. So yeah, right? According to the docs site, these are things that are needed, such as a bootstrap or material UI or just other arbitrary CSS framework component wrapper stuff. That'd be really useful. I'm not sure if that has gotten better yet. There was one called Utify, somewhat based upon Vuetify, if you've used Vue before, that did seem promising, and it's actually what I was using for the dropdown and these inputs and these buttons and all that stuff, right? And even this slider. So Utify is doing some of that magic for us, which is cool. So yeah, that was a bunch. Time to wrap up. There are other frameworks, and I might be missing the most popular one. I think it starts with an L, but I don't remember what it was. I know Prime has used it previously, but yeah, I don't remember what it is. But at the time, there was Seed, Percy, Draco, and Smithy. I think Seed was like the furthest along of these other ones, but there is like another one that is much more popular these days that I'm just forgetting the name of. I think it Leptos. Leptos. So if you're looking at Rust Wasm stuff, Leptos or U are probably like the main ones to check out. And I think Leptos has a more performant HTML macro. I also then, at this conference, mentioned a bunch of other streamers that do Rust stuff. Some of them don't stream anymore, right? Or I haven't seen them for a while. So yeah, this is an out-of-date list. But Raimu is now just Raimu. He doesn't have the numbers. Mr. Halsey, which I think we saw him make a comeback at one point, but I haven't seen him for a while. Madhouse Steve. Togglebit is one that we know is still going. Brooks Zerker is one that we know is still going, etc. Right? And then other Rust streamers, miscellaneous, right? So here we're seeing game-focused Rust streamers. And really, he was just doing his own like game dev thing at the time. He's done all sorts of other really cool Rust stuff. So this is out of date compared to like what he's doing now. And Musayan is great. I think I mentioned him in the list here. So Code Show, who I haven't seen for a while. Provad I haven't seen for a while. Musayan and Gamozo we see all the time. Soding does a lot of variety. John Who, right? It was infrequent at the time. I'm not sure if he even streams anymore, but he's like someone who's done a lot of like Rust ecosystem libraries, etc. Steve Klabnik used to stream. Yes, the Steve Klabnik, which is cool. Eric.dev, which I don't think we've seen for a while. And then there was even a team called Rustations managed by Code Show, which is super cool. Technically, this talk was given at a time where Prime still hated Rust. So that's why he's not in the list. Yeah, if y'all don't remember, Prime used to hate Rust. Hate. And I think mainly it wasn't the language's fault. It was other like Rust people, right? I think we all know like the Rust evangelism strike force. They're the worst. Rewrite it in Rust, right? That's why Rewrite It in Rust is such a meme, because of those people. So yes, I think his hatred was actually well placed because of the ecosystem. And actually at the first RustConf, which I have a sticker for that I can't show you at the moment, I have the t-shirt from the first RustConf too. I went to that, and one of the things they said on stage in front of everybody in there was, hey, stop telling people to rewrite it in Rust. You're making us look bad. So it's been a problem, and this was since, like, I think 2018 is when I went to that. Might have been 2017. It was the first conference I ever went to, which I'm kind of proud of. I actually was too hungover to see too much of it. Because there was a Tokyo Hack Night the night before the actual event. I got really drunk with a dev that was at Twitter at the time and a couple other people, and like there were some famous devs at the Hack Night that was really cool. But yeah, I overdid it. So then the next day, I tried my best. I saw the thing where they said, hey, stop telling people to rewrite it in Rust. And then I was like, oh God, I gotta go. And I went out to like, not the lobby, but like the area around the conference room or whatever, like the big like presentation area. And I just like passed out on that couch, head in my hands, just like, ugh. I definitely looked homeless because the hotel manager came over and was like, hey man, what you doing? I was like, I'm just hungover. I showed him my badge. He's like, all right, cool. good to go. Hope you feel better. So yeah, it was pretty cool. There may be some people that remember that and they're like, yeah, who's that guy passed out on the couch? It was pretty good. I'm proud of that. So yeah, citations for this talk, right? The main documentation where a lot of this stuff came from was just the u.rs docs. And then some of the deeper stuff for like Wasm bindgen came from the rustwasm.github.io stuff. My name's Chris and I like to party. It was the beanie dev. I was wearing a beanie. So, after all of that, right? We've seen the power of Rust and Wasm and U itself. Is that goodbye to React or Angular, etc. for me? Probably not. But I can think of at least one developer who's never going to give you up. Nailed it. I'm really proud of that. Yeah, no worries there, Skydriver. I thought it was a fun talk for sure. I'd say it's probably one of the best, like, conference talks I've given. And yeah, so Kbray, as you were asking, yeah, we made this here on stream 4 years ago. Right, 2020, probably like a month and a half, maybe 2 months before the Manning Rust conference. I think they asked me to do the Manning Rust conference because someone hopped into my stream and saw me doing Rust. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. Right? Prime might be more famous for his Rust, but I've been doing it longer. Which doesn't mean anything. Right? That's an appeal to authority that no one should listen to. But yeah, technically, I gave a presentation at Seattle Rust, which in front of like 16 people, back in like 2016. So yeah, I've been interested in Rust for a long time. That doesn't mean anything, but just to point out, a lot of people think I'm just a JavaScript dev. No, JavaScript is just the quickest way to spin up a new product or project or whatever. It really just is. For me, at least. So yeah, that was fun. Thanks for redeeming those channel points for it. It is definitely a longer talk. And I was talking kind of fast through it, wasn't I? So yeah, hold on. Game of Life U is the repo. So yeah, if you ever want to, like, fiddle with that code we made. Whoa, I started this 6 years ago? No, I think that was from some boilerplate that I forked. Yeah, this was from like when I showed those starters, this was from the Webpack starter, I think. So yeah, that's what the 6 years ago was. I probably should add a timeout. But, it's Friday night. I'd love to, like, hack more on GitLens just because this is a feature I want anyway. But, I don't know. If you got another one you want to see, we could do it. I think I'll limit it to 2 per day. There you go. Yeah, Ethan, how many channel points do you have? I'm curious about that one. Here's the plot twist. If you just ask over on gaming, I'll play guitar for free. Like, for a song or two. Oh, non-codes, yeah. We have another person who's a regular who has over 1 million. I stream a lot. Like, I stream way too much. You have over 350K over on gaming? Dude, I'm gonna have to think of some way for y'all to spend those. That's crazy to me. No, so I'm full on VIPs. I'd have to kick someone out of the VIP program. Yeah, I can't do any more VIPs. I think I'm full on both channels. AI song? Ooh, I mean, that would be kind of good, right? Because there's Suno.ai or whatever. I've got it maxed out. I'm not sure how many that actually is. I think it maxes out at 100. I mean, I would prefer to give everyone VIP that's been here more than 10 times, you know? So yeah, I'd run out real quick. It would lose all meaning. Yeah, I have a gaming channel. Between the two, I stream 5,000 hours a year. You just use that to make a song on the brands the company you work for has? Nice. A folksy... Oh, I'd have to do it over on the other thing. We'd need to sign up for a free account, too. Damn. All right, I'm not going to do it right now. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. I was going to do a folksy song about a guy who wears beanies or something. But yeah, anyway. That could be a fun one for a redeem. I could see that. I know, right? That one sounds good. Well, I mean, you could always go do it yourself. Hold on, let me close some of these. Rapation. Sorry, it's a really boring comment. What up, Silver Sips? How you doing? When I missed some follows, I think. So Enoch, we got OmniStack, thank you for the follow, and Code Calligrapher, thank you for the follow as well. See, X Factor, I know that's not anything AI did. You did that on your own. All right, hold on, hold on. Let's pause what we got. Let's try it. Hold on. We're going to play Ethan's first.
In the land of Twitch, there's a legend they tell about a streamer named Chris with a beanie as well. He's a master of code, always typing away, with a smile on his face every single day. He's got viewers galore from
This is amazing! Are you kidding me?
voice and his trusty
I'm tearing up about it.
programming code, never missing a beat. And the chat keeps on rolling with every Twitch and oh, Chris Griffin, you're a streaming star.
This is amazing, dude.
Your programming guitar. You never stop, you keep on going strong. In the world of Twitch, you truly belong.
Oh my god. The Legend of Chris. Dude, that was so good. Holy shitballs, dude. You just made my day. That was amazing. Why isn't this playing on the radio? All right, all right. Wow, all right. That definitely brought tears to my eyes. We now have an intro. Totally. We need to plug that into OpenAI's like video generator. Right? That'd be amazing. It was perfect. Yeah, that was great. All right, hold on. What's the other one? Yeah, Skydriver. Let's try yours. Beanie Wearer.
Got a laptop and a vision in his mind. With a passion for creation, he's one of a kind.
Oh, I don't drink coffee, though.
Coffee in the morning, cold lines on his screen. He's a game
Like Toad and the Wet Sprocket, exactly. When will we fall down?
Fingers dancing on the keys, he brings worlds to life. Crafting heroes, dragons, and adventures to ignite. Through sleepless nights he perseveres with ease. And his trusty beanie it never leaves. He's a beanie wearer, a game creator with every line of code. He's catching dreams in the air. Beanie wearer, his spirit is rare, bringing joy to the gamers everywhere.
Yep, trusty beanie never leaves. The other one was like really, really like accurate. This one was like somber. Dude, the first one was amazing. Beanie wearer. Yep, exactly. So yeah, I'm tweeting that one out. For sure. Yeah, Ethan, that was amazing. Let me do a screenshot real quick. Hold on. Because, yeah, this is great. Yeah, first one. Holy shit. What up, non-major nerd? Are chatters here beanies? No, no. The hat that I wear is a beanie. Thanks to, and I'm going to tag you, Ethan. Maybe? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, that was amazing. I was really crying. That was good. I mean, yeah, my eyes water up pretty easily when listening to music. Music, like, really does, like, get me. Like, gets me down in here, you know? So yeah, here's the link for anyone else that wants to listen to it again. Yeah, right, I should do, like, the, yeah, like the pirate software thing and have a name for all y'all in chat. You're all my little beanies. All my little beanie babies. I'm going to hear it one more time.
In the land of Twitch, there's a legend they tell about a streamer named Chris with a beanie as well. He's a master of code, always typing away with a smile on his face every single day. He's got viewers galore from near and from far.
It's so good.
Soothing voice and his trusty guitar. He'll program and code, never missing a beat. And the chat keeps on rolling with every Twitch and tweet. Oh, Chris Griffin, you're a streaming star. With your beanie and your program.
What up, B. Sevelov? How you doing? Yeah.
Keep on going strong. In the world of Twitch, you truly belong.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Big thumbs up on that one. Straight to the Billboard Hot 100. Damn right. Damn right. Ooh, here's something fun, and I bet that some people don't know yet. Non-codes. I made that GIF. I did that. I motion tracked Prime's head to the, like, a clip of the dude from Wolfpack. I did that. All right, let's get music playing. Yeah, an album would be sick. I know, yeah, it's pretty good. I'm proud of it. I just redeemed my 58-month Prime, not Prime sub, my 58-month subscription to Prime earlier today. Yeah, I'm a fan. Which is why I think I have a right to be critical when I think, you know, he is morally inconsistent. But let's get more music playing. Man, yeah, that was good. Alrighty, so let's do another beverage. Hold on, I'm gonna paste this one to work too, that tweet. Oh yeah, exactly, non-nature nerd. Yeah, music really does tug at my heartstrings. Yeah, I totally like tear up when I listen to music, depending on the songs. Yeah, I'm pasting this over to work for sure. Yeah, dude, Ethan, that was amazing. A song about Rumple? Dude, that'd be great. Yeah, I think Suno nailed it. Like, such a viral, like, easily viral tool. Yeah, really, really cool service. I really wonder how they're gonna, like, monetize it, but holy shit, dude. Yeah, how many tries did that take? That was version 3, so it took a little bit. Looks like they are doing credits. Okay. But, like, what is, like, the business case for it, I guess? Is there an AI that creates videos? There is one that OpenAI has that I don't know is open to the public yet, but I would bet maybe Theo or some other people have access to it. Oh, using the V3 model. Oh, that makes more sense. Was that first try? And I'm curious what your prompt was. And hey, what's up, Sven? How you doing? And yeah, YouTubers. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you over there. We got into that talk and I totally spaced. Yeah, feed the song to a video and AI and it's done. Like, that'd be dope. Yeah, I'd be stoked on that. I think it'd be cool. Fighting Bun on WSL. Yeah, that's one of the big things. Like, so they did mention that it's better. Did you update? Right? Have you updated to 1. Whatever they got? 1.2, I think? Oh, 1.1, I guess. I assume you updated, but just in case. Oh, weird caching issues. Gotcha. $10 songs? Okay. Super cool. Do I use Bun? I don't, but I actually made a Circle CI Bun package. Hold on. Let me look at their orbs, and let me see. I haven't touched it, so... Yeah, my guess is this person's might be better. No, mine's more recent, so yeah. Mine actually has caching and some other stuff built in. But yeah, that's about all I did. I consider myself friends with... and I'm going to space on his name, so how close of friends are we? I'm just bad at names. But, the dude who wrote Zod, who used to work at Bun, when they did their 1.0 release, I decided to make a Bun orb just for fun. Right, just to, like, help support and celebrate. Why am I spacing on his name? He's awesome. Like, he's so cool. Colin. Colin Hacks. It's not his last name, but Colin Hacks is his, like, handle. But yeah, Colin's awesome. So yeah, I did that basically just to support him because he was their dev advocate for a while. But man, yeah, dude, that tweet, that song, I mean, so cool. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Nope. Mistake. Okay. So back to kind of what we're doing. Let's get back to what we have in the title there. Because I actually want this thing as a feature. I think it'd be really cool. Oh, and this VS Code is still crashed. Sure. Oh wait, comrade, you got another one too? Oh, never mind. You just repasted the same one. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, no worries. I'm not necessarily, like, wrestling or boxing VS Code. It's more my Mac Mini is not capable of having this many VS Codes open. So that's on me. That's my fault. Yeah, let's close this one too. Okay, so from here, if we do this F5 thing again, or not. Let's rerun that. That should open it up, maybe? No? All right, well, let's stop it. Okay, so it's not frozen anymore. You got a raise at work? Nice. A raise of 860 or a raise to 860? And either way, like, fuck yeah, good job. A dedicated WAM issue? Wait, what's a WAM issue? The fact that WAM is playing on the radio? That's definitely a WAM issue. One second. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so Seb, you know how Pirate Software calls his audience goblins? Maybe I just call y'all Beanie Babies? Oh, dedicated WAM, like dedicated RAM. Gotcha. Yeah. Got it. Yeah, it is a WAM issue. I don't think it's actually the WAM. Awesome, comrade. Yeah, that's cool, man. Good work. Well, I'm pretty sure I'm older than most people here, so you're still all my beanie babies, all right? Okay, so yeah. Ooh, I don't actually drink scotch. Dylan Mulroy is a big fan of scotch. So is Atoda from Alt F4. Those two guys have really good scotch recommendations. I don't drink scotch, so I don't know. Yeah, no worries. One thing, Japanese whiskey tends to be like towards the scotch end of the spectrum. So that's like, you know, kind of like different for someone who's maybe a scotch drinker. Like look up maybe a good Japanese whiskey that tastes a bit scotchy. Okay, yeah, so that might be worth it. Just because a lot of scotch drinkers might not opt towards Japanese whiskey because they don't know. I'm guessing you're doing this as a gift. Oh, you're into scotch. Yeah, I was less keen on allowing that term, but you didn't mean it offensively, so it's not necessarily bad. There you go. Thank you. Are you drinking again? Yeah, Japanese whiskey is very expensive. Oh, cool, man. Well, if you'd like to get a drink at some point, let me know. No worries if not, I get it. It does mean TwitchCon's going to be even more fun this year. Thank you, Ethan. Yeah. Yeah, for sure, man. I'll be in Seattle JS, or I'll be at Seattle JS on next Wednesday. That's an option. Yeah, up to you. Totally fine. No stress. And yeah, that'll probably be the only time I make it for like a couple weeks. Just because I have to go back to Arizona for a work thing the week after next week. But then, yeah, I'll happily hang out. Do you golf? I can't remember if we've discussed that. But yeah, I'll happily invite you to some golfing if you want to. You do golf? Yeah, sure. Yeah, there's that like par 3 course in like, it's not like West Seattle, but it's like, you know, like west of Seattle. Like, not like fully West Seattle-ish. Like Inner Bay or whatever they call it. Yeah, I'll invite you out when I go with some of my friends. Yeah, exactly, Seattleite. Yep. The Executive. Wait, is that what they call it? Huh. But yeah, hold on, Melky. I'm gonna play it again real quick. Someone used that Suno AI and made a song about me. We'll play it again real quick. Oh, first hole's a par 4? Okay, most of it's par 3s though.
In the land of Twitch, there's a legend they tell about a streamer named Chris with a beanie as well.
I'm just so pumped on this. It's so cool.
Always typing away with a smile.
Ethan made this one.
Every single day. He's got viewers galore from near and from far with his soothing voice and his trusty guitar. He'll program and code, never missing a beat.
I should make it my intro song.
And with
It's not a bad idea.
Oh, Chris Griffin, you're a streaming
It's just so goofy.
and your programming guitar. You never stop, you keep going strong.
So yeah, Melky, check out Suno.ai. It's pretty good. Maybe try and make it like a channel point redemption or something on your stream. I'm thinking about doing the same. Yeah, that was funny. All right, back to Synthwave. But yeah, DM Olroy definitely knows Scotch. If you're ever like into bourbon, then I gotcha. Then I can help you pick out some bourbon. Yep, yeah, no worries. Okay, so let's try and get this back going. I think Shift F5. Or just F5? Nope, that didn't do it. Uh-oh. I think I broke it. Let's try and reload the window, maybe. No, bourbon is a very specific type of whiskey. It needs to be a certain percentage of, like, it's based upon, like, number one, it needs to be done in, like, oak barrels. And number two, I think there's, like, a specific ratio of, like, wheat to corn in the mash. But I forget what that ratio is. And yeah, as far as whiskey goes, there's all sorts of whiskeys. So there's Scotch whiskey, like what Melky's looking for. There's Irish whiskey, which is, I want to say Irish whiskey is more like a cleaner bourbon. Like less of the kind of like brown sugar kind of taste. And then there's stuff like moonshine, which is basically just like corn whiskey. I had this. Yeah, Melky, if you like corn whiskey, this Nika whiskey from the barrel or whatever. Yeah, very like corn whiskey flavored. Yeah, it used to be that you had to be just like, some part of it had to be a Kentucky thing, right? Like a very specific county in Kentucky or something. And I think they've relaxed that qualification. Yeah, no less than 80, no more than 125. Yep. You've been using Python for DA and DS, I'm guessing like data structures and algorithms, right? But now you want to move to AWS for cloud stuff. Other than HCL, what other languages would be good? You probably want to learn Go. Go is really popular in just cloud stuff, right? And Melky is a great streamer to learn a lot of Go stuff from. But yeah, I would say Go is really prevalent. Like Kubernetes is written in Go. Like a lot of the stuff around Kubernetes is written in Go. So as far as cloud stuff goes, Go might be like probably the most popular language. At least for like making tooling and, you know, things like that. Lambda works great with Go. One thing to be aware of with Lambdas is, hold on, if I can remember, I think it's like, oh, it's Lambda perf. Yeah, so this site. Oh, and sorry, Owen, my bad. basically, if you want to visualize how long these things kind of take based upon like the language you pick and things like that, that's where understanding cold starts versus hot starts is important. Oh, data analytics and data science. My bad. Yeah, when I saw the DA and DS, I thought data structures and algorithms. But that's also a hack. Yeah, 1 second, Solthoth. If you're ever doing leak code, Python is basically the cheat code for it, because like list comprehension and a whole bunch of other things with Python makes it super easy. So yeah, like, you know, if you're trying to be the top of the list for advent of code, Python is probably the language you'd want to pick, because you're going to be able to hack a bunch of stuff out really quick. Just due to like what the language provides out of the box. Now, one thing I find interesting is that this doesn't necessarily have the like the new runtime that AWS released. There's like a lighter runtime that I think I have a repo for somewhere. Yeah, so it's called like AWS Lite. And Brian LaRue, the guy who made Architect, has like an example of AWS Lite. And AWS Lite actually really optimizes for like short, like cold start times, etc., at the expense of like CPU performance. But typically, when you're doing a lot of JS stuff, like the CPU performance isn't as important because JavaScript is typically like a glue language. So yeah, sacrificing CPU performance for cold start times is actually like really useful in Lambda contexts. Vappy's performance is tanking for you? What do you mean by that, Owen? And yeah, Vappy. You might need to just reboot. Look in general. Yeah, 1 second. Oh, yeah. No, so like that part shouldn't matter. Right, so what they're talking about with that performance aspect is really just like the time to first byte and a bunch of those things. That has nothing to do with CPU runtime. So if your computer is running slowly and it's not giving you what you're expecting, that's actually completely unrelated to Lighthouse scores. Lighthouse doesn't do CPU performance. Yep. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, what you're seeing there is really their analysis of the network tab, right? And what the various values within that network tab mean. Real quick, for anyone that's curious about what time to first byte and some of those things mean, there's a really good web.dev performance article. I used to have a good link for it. Rendering on the web is what they call it. Yes, rendering on the web. So this really explains a lot of that vocabulary about like web performance in general. And typically web performance refers almost exclusively to the networking of things, right? How much time it takes to download the JavaScript assets, etc. So yeah, this is just awesome for giving you like definitions of some of these vocabulary words. Right? And you even get like a really good like set of like diagrams that explain like what first contentful paint is or time to interactive, right? So yeah, it's really cool. And then they even have like this graph at the bottom that kind of tries to categorize the various types of rendering, such as server rendering with something like Hacker News or just a standard like monolith like Ruby on Rails. And then there's static SSR, which I am less familiar with. Docusaurus is just a static site, so this is weird to me. But then SSR with rehydration, or CSR with pre-rendering, or then full-on CSR, right? it does give you at least a little bit of the understanding of what is good with any of them and what is bad with any of them. So server rendering generally is a slow time to first byte. And even with SSR, it's a slow time to first byte. But your time to interactive, right, is going to be way larger than FCP, but your first contentful paint is really fast. Right? With static SSR, your time to interactive and your first contentful paint are actually the same, right? Fastest time to first byte is like, you know, SPAs or client-side rendering. But time to interactive is very different from your time to first byte. So, I don't know. It's really interesting to think about. This article's fairly old, too, so I don't know how often they try to update it, but I still tend to like steer people towards this so they can understand what the keywords mean. So yeah, I love that article. And yeah, so basically, before I close this tab, understanding cold start times is important. If you really care about your cold start times, Rust or C++ are the way to go, but I'd love to see AWS Lite in this list for JavaScript stuff, because currently they're not in there with it. It's interesting to me how a zip file of your stuff is faster time to first byte than an image, right? No matter what language you're using. You know, adding more RAM to your Lambda can speed things up. Using ARM instead of x86 can speed things up. Sometimes it's the same. But yeah, I don't know. This stuff's really interesting to me. That said, you probably don't need to worry about optimizing this until you have users, which is a problem most applications won't have. So you're good to go. But all right. I'm finding this a little odd that we can't get that. Okay, no, there we go. So we have our development host open. If we go look at GitLens here, and let me zoom in a bit, we see that GitKraken Workspace's test is right there, which means that we're using our code instead of GitKraken itself, or sorry, GitLens itself, which is good. So now we should be able to start kind of like modifying this. Web frameworks benchmark. Ooh, so, I mean, we'll take a look, but there's actually like a canonical framework out there, or a canonical way of doing this. It doesn't do the Java C++ though. So, okay. This actually does seem pretty good. No, this is cool. Yeah, and I know we can filter, but let me just point out this. There is Tech Empower benchmarks. right? And they have a bunch of different like test types that they run. So fortunes here, this is going to favor things that are CPU bound, whereas multiple queries is actually going to test basically the performance of your database adapters, right? Rust is at the top level for the database adapters, but Java is right up there. JavaScript is actually right up there, which you wouldn't expect, but just remember that your database and fetching to and getting data from your database, the database is the bottleneck. Yeah, the compare part, that makes sense. JSON serialization, that one is also CPU bound, so you're going to tend to see some other languages faster, but Java is actually pretty damn fast in that regard. Right? And you're probably not going to see JavaScript at the top of this list anywhere. We go way down before we find some JS. PHP is faster than most of the JS even. So yeah, I really like this benchmark just because of the variety of their testing. And it's pretty interesting to me how last time it was run, like you could even see like over time, if you look at, let's say round 21, no, maybe not. Oh, round 21, Drogon is actually the fastest, right? Which is a C++ thing. Whereas here in round 22, Rust is caught up again. So it's interesting to see these things change over time as well. And then if you care about front-end frameworks, yeah, exactly. If you're going to be using Lambda functions and gluing out to MongoDB, the performance characteristics there are not as important, but you will see different cold start times. Go is going to be faster than the JS for cold starts. So that's worth considering. But this is actually my favorite thing for like front-end JS framework benchmarks. Yeah, Krausist here, current interactive results. And this is where you can see like React versus Angular versus whatever, right? And you can decide which ones you want to see, right? Which benchmarks you care about, which frameworks you care about, etc. Which is kind of cool. Right, and it's just really deep. If you're making a new, new framework, you need to get into this list, basically. And man, yeah, like Million here is performing at about the same level as Wasm BindGen, which is some Rust code, which is kind of crazy. Right, memory allocation, well, yeah, that's where the Wasm BindGen isn't as good. But still, like, just really kind of cool. Yeah, the size of the data you're shipping. That's pretty important. And then, yeah, understanding the difference between keyed results and non-keyed results. And that's fine, Sab. These are just different things. I'm giving you more to look at. The thing you posted doesn't even consider this thing, right? But yeah, I don't know. There's some really, really cool stuff out there, especially things that like keep up to date and constantly like rerun their tests to get, newer metrics, which is cool. So this is actually crazy to me. I'm wrong? No, I'm not, because they don't consider front-end frameworks, because the result is irrelevant. Requests per second doesn't matter for a front-end JavaScript framework. Completely irrelevant. I don't care. It's not the same thing. These are back-end frameworks. None of this has anything to do with front-end DOM rendering. That's what I'm getting at. None of this is front-end focused. Not a single one of them. So you are wrong. All right. Raw requests per second is a meaningless metric unless you're considering what the requests are doing. Sure. I prefer more granular results because request per second is meaningless. A request per second of a hello world doesn't matter. Yeah, the music is good. All right, so there we go. All right, so yeah, VS Code GitLens here. I think I just need to add it to the workspace. All right, cool. So yeah, let's go back to, nope, not that. Here. So if we look at the details of this commit, we see the files that have been changed. If I try and open that up, I don't necessarily want to do that. Here we go, yeah. So open file. We don't care about the diff. Ooh, let me just do one more zoom in. So generate commit message command.
Thanks for the support. The superhero name is ClearAir Preserver. Born in the heart of a city where pollution was at its peak, they developed the ability to neutralize any toxins in the air, clearing it instantly. One incident, an unfair accusation of smelling the opponent, ignited their sense of justice. Assuming their new superhero alter ego Clearer Preserver, they use their powers to protect citizens from environmental hazards and to ensure that all accusations in the city are truthful and just.
I really like how the bot prevents like any of the offensive stuff. So yeah, anonymous gifter. Thank you for the sub, but it didn't go how you thought it would, huh? Someone tried to troll, hoping that my bot would do something offensive. Keep trying, though. I welcome the attempts to try and make the bot do something offensive. Do your worst. All right, go ahead and gift a couple more subs. You'll totally get it. You'll totally get an offensive message through, I swear. Wink. You were so close. One more try. I did miss a follow. Perticus, thank you for the follow. Welcome. All right, so if we look at what's going on, there is this right here that I consider a little questionable, but whatever. This.container.ai is a promise that will return the AI provider service that we have configured. So yeah, we're really trying to like analyze and understand what's going on with this code and how we trace through it. And this is less relevant to like the GitLens like workshop that we're doing, and now I just kind of want to see this feature. I want this feature, man. $4 a.m.? Yeah, no worries. Thanks for hanging out, comrade. Yeah, so this container is definitely not what I was expecting. Here in the AI provider service, we see some other providers that should be configurable, which means I probably want to just create a new provider, and we're going to call it custom. So anthropic models, where is that even defined? That's in this file. Ooh. So, hold on. Do we want to continue this tomorrow? Because Code and Life is going with Jacob M.G. Evans. That's always an option. Maybe I just go do it over on Gaming Channel. But I really do enjoy those discussions with Jacob M.G. Evans. They're great. I think realistically, we could just return null from this get model function. Oh. Oop. Oh, hold on. Where's that defined? Ah, it's over in constants. What's up, Ahmad? How you doing? What are you up to? Did I do the ad yet? No, I still want to like edit the others, but I like the one you're doing. I need to like write the script properly for it. But yeah, I've got it as a note for myself for later. Yeah, basically, are you in a monorepo or a multi-repo setup that you would like to treat as a monorepo? You can use Focus View to do that right now, right? Like that's like the prompt, but I need to really like come up with more to it because it needs to be like close to a minute long. But I have like 2 others that I need to edit together first. C++ zombie monorepo at work. It's been actually fun somehow? Interesting. Yeah, here's my question. With a C++ kind of thing like that, do you have to do the same like thing that you do with Rust where you kind of want to like create separate packages where you have maybe like your shared one, but then you also have the things that consume the shared? That way you only need to recompile individual like modules or whatever rather than like all of it at once. Maybe that's not a problem for compilation with C++ or C, but with Rust, compilation times can get really heavy if you're not like doing like the workspace kind of thing. Yeah, it sounds really annoying. Will the workshop be public? I'm not sure. I mean, you can sign up for it. Oh, and yeah, no worries there, Svein. Yeah, no worries at all. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Like, it'll be publicly, like, something you can sign up for to be part of the session and all that stuff. I don't know if we're going to end up publishing it to YouTube or not, or any of that. I think it would be useful. Maybe after we've done it a couple times to, like, really polish it. Yeah, thank you. Yep. Yeah, I think I've got the, like, the gist of it so far. I mean, my VS Code froze in a major way earlier, so I wasn't able to, like, do the full spiel. But I think I got easily, like, 15 minutes worth of content. I think a big part of it is going to be setting up the dev environment for it. And right now I'm on my dev machine, not like my work machine. So I'm going to have to duplicate the stuff we've done over to the work machine. But like trying to capture the display from the work machine to stream just wasn't working. And now I kind of just want to hack on this to have this feature exist because I think it's a cool idea for a feature. So yeah, I don't think make legacy request is anything we need to care about. Something always goes wrong, exactly. So yeah, where's config path configured? It's path config. Aha! All right, so we got custom models right there. We also want to do string or no. Which means when we go back here, that part's fine, and now it's just pick.model. Right, custom model, provider is custom here. Model itself is custom as well. Sure. I still don't like that part though. All right, so we see custom in this list just fine though. Model quick pick item. That extends AI providers, which has custom. Oh, and I bet I want, instead of the string there, I bet I want type of. No. There we go. What are we using the AI models for? So technically in GitLens, they use the model for generating a custom commit message. And there might be other places they do it too, but for the most part, I've had a request from Joannis in our chat here, who's a core contributor to server-side Swift stuff, and he has a custom LLM that they want to use for various things. And realistically, in enterprise environments, they don't want to use OpenAI or Anthropic because they can't exfiltrate data outside of the organization to a third party like those. So instead, if you could run an internal LLM for this purpose, even if it's locally on your computer versus just somewhere on the internal network, you're not exfiltrating data, so then it's safer and you're good to go. So this would be a major feature for anything really, right? So yeah, Ollama, right? The main goal is that it would need to be OpenAI compatible as far as the API goes. So yeah, local and safe, etc. But wiring it up to GitLens would be like the main goal. So yeah, if we head back to custom provider here, this is still no good. So yeah, I guess I don't understand all of the types that well. Local AI code completion. I haven't seen that. I'm allowed to say it. We are planning on making GitLens for JetBrains, which would be cool. I'm not sure how far along that is, like, or any of that stuff, but it is something that I have been told I'm allowed to say. But yeah, completing this feature is actually not something that anyone at my company wants me to actually do. So this is just on my own time, right? Getting the playbook going for the workshop was important. And oh, I'm sorry, 1 second. There you go. So I can still read what you said. If we go to the JetBrains Twitter page, they released an update for each of their apps today. Not sure if that's helpful or not. I mean, it's unrelated to anything I care about. Like, you know, I'm just some dev advocate. It's my first time being one, so that's new. But yeah, you can do links in the future, sorry. It's just one of those things we do to prevent spam. Yeah, that's awesome. Super cool. I'm guessing you do a lot of, like, JetBrains is your editor of choice? NeoVim. Okay, that makes more sense. That's pretty awesome, actually. And yeah, IntelliJ is a JetBrains thing. I always forget that. Right? So IntelliJ is the Java Kotlin IDE, but JetBrains is the company that makes it. Got it. Yeah, have you fiddled with Fleet? I did an interview once where they wanted me to use Fleet, but like only for the like the collaborative code part. And then that didn't even work, which was annoying. Yeah, Fleet itself. Yeah. I tried using Fleet pretty early because I have a VS Code extension called HTML Biscuits. I also have a NeoVim plugin called NeoVim Biscuits, where it's like, you know, for the HTML biscuits, it gives you like an annotation. It's not actually in your code, but it does tell you like which div this is, etc. And then, yeah, if you look at code biscuits, and damn, we're so close to 10K. We're actually really close to 10K there. I'm kind of proud of that. But assorted biscuits is similar to the NeoVim biscuits, where it'll work with Rust, C, C#, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, whatever, right? Basically stuff that TreeSetter supports. You love biscuits, exactly. Yeah, love biscuits is a totally separate thing. You're excited about Zed? Really hope they catch on. They had some biscuit type of ideas. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I haven't actually tried it out yet. Oh, that's another thing. Yeah, we have some issues that next time we do like an open source day, I need to get these done. So, NVim biscuits issues. I don't know, Hello World Dev, but you probably need to be over 18. But it's... And you know what? You know what? I messed up. Yeah, I think... Let's undo this for now. We're going to delete the custom provider, move to trash. And instead, we're going to copy the OpenAI one and make custom from that. Because an OpenAI compatible thing would be better. It just would be. Because right here, we even see URL. Pretty important. So wait, why is this one being complained about? Type, oh, duh. Duh. Oh, and it has to be a string? Empty string for now? Infinitely deep? Oh, God. We'll let that one keep complaining. Ooh, explaining the changes is another place that we use AI. So if you want to look at a commit and have it explain what was changed and how in a commit, that's where this would be useful too. All right, so we're still having that issue there. Custom models here. This is just gonna be custom. This dot get or choose model. That part actually kind of seemed fine. Get max characters. I think that part's actually okay. Excessively deep, possibly infinite. Yikes. So that's a little bit scary. Update the imports for that file. Yep. Which is really just in one place. So then, yeah, back to here. The only place we end up getting or having an issue here is this. All right, so if I do that, we no longer have an error with it. Okay, so then if we go to settings, can we see custom in that list? Ooh, and we don't see it in that list. Ah, interesting. Yeah, so this is maybe where I think I want to pick back up tomorrow. People here in chat, what do you think? Should we join Jacob M.G. Evans Code and Life on this channel, or should I go do it over on my gaming channel? How do you feel about it? Because I do want to go chat with them. I do have to use the restroom real quick. Yeah, I have a gaming channel. Yep. And yeah, tonight it'll probably be, we'll watch some show while I cook some food. Probably something easy tonight. Maybe even just while I eat some crackers, cheese, and sausage or something. Yeah, I'll do it here. I think it's fine. If people leave, people leave. That's okay. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And then after that, we'll see what Zayu's up to. We've been playing League of Legends with Zayu on Friday nights. It didn't last week because she wasn't feeling well, but, we'll see how she feels tonight. Maybe we even get Nate Codes or Nate Emerson involved. That'd be cool, too. Might even try and hit up Sympathy if she's around. So, yeah. You main Evelyn Jungle. I'm kidding. I shouldn't give you that face. I'm a Singed main. Everyone hates me, so we're good. So yeah, let me use the restroom, and then we're going to hop into Code and Life with Jacob M.G. Evans. Never chase a Singed. Exactly. But it's so fun to be the one getting chased. Alright, so we're going to pause this. We're going to go hop into a Twitter space just to chat and enjoy a good Friday night with Jacob M.G. Evans and some other people chatting. I didn't get to jump into any of the other ones this week, so yeah, I'm looking forward to hanging out and chatting with Mark and Jacob as well. Maybe.
Jacob, I'm interested in the not syncing message deletions. Is it that each individual message is going to get curated?
Each individual message is going to get curated, not syncing. Yeah, so one thing is like, we don't want somebody to come by and say they one day they just decide they're going to delete this message and it has valuable information and we had curated that thread. We don't want that to sync to the database, right? Like if we want to delete something, we can do that through administrative actions rather than.
Ooh, and Trickster, thank you for the follow. Welcome.
That, and if the original author comes by and says like, "Hey, I want to delete this message," from the website itself, they can, and we'll probably agree with it. Depends, but we'll probably just like take the valuable information out and put it in manually without their own stuff involved.
And that's what Discord does. Is they do.
Wow,
they
Warren
change
in the
to
buff.
deleted user, which is
Quit
nice.
Twitter? That's crazy to me.
And then
Yeah, and the thing is we're already obfuscating the author on the public facing side.
Do you guys use plane support?
To the space?
And then does it also?
Yeah, I think I can do that, right?
Part of what we're creating is actually going to have integrations with Plane that
the buffering thing.
Have to do with like syncing.
Gotcha. No, it's just someone commenting on. Yeah, my bad.
Explores the indexing space also.
It's interesting to me because he posted a thing yesterday like
Plane integration with Discord.
I forget what he said, but basically it was like, say something or I'm gonna unfollow you or whatever. And then I noticed he wasn't even following me, so I unfollowed.
You should.
I don't know. I thought that was funny.
Into that.
But then, yeah, he was gone the next day.
Clerk email, we could fucking make some shit happen, dog.
Yeah, no, because I love what Plane's doing.
Yeah, they make cool shit.
Really? Yeah, he's a nice dude.
They actually work with us pretty closely on.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him.
Shit that we
no idea why he left.
But
yeah, account doesn't exist, right?
As well as because we were like, hey, we
maybe he just changed his name.
This, and this, and this, so that we can make these plugins and these stuff. And thing, they jumped right on it.
Yeah. Yeah, having developer.
Yeah, that's so weird to me. I'm guessing he just changed his name.
Support is interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's basically how we've treated our Discord support, right?
Maybe.
Very technical oriented.
I don't know. That sounds weird. There's so many bad tech takes out there. That'd be weird for him to get banned for it.
It's really. Also, a lot of people come there for support because that's where they know to go, where they're told hey, I got this really great help when I went here.
Yeah, exactly.
Really, the really great help was I just pointed you to the docs. I swear to God, that's 80% of the support things I do. It's just did you look at this documentation? They're like, no. I'm like, you do that. Take a look right there. There's your answer. And they're like, oh, I'll be damned. I'm like, yeah, you just gotta read it.
There was
No, go ahead.
That was just a really cool. There's a really cool thing that I don't know that I'm going to get around to doing, but integrating your support with GitHub project releases. So if the question was asked about the Clerk package for Next.js, and it was asked in 2023, it would show up with a little banner that maybe changes color based on Semba. That's hey, this was asked, when this package was standard, and now we're three major versions away from it. So maybe join the Clerk server.
Yeah. Sorry, I was just laughing at what Jeffrey said. He said classic RTFM.
Yeah.
I guess it is.
That's why we write them, right?
Oh man, Adam's arguments are not great. They are in.
What's up, Tony? Right now, we're kind of winding down. We're listeing to Jacob M.G. Evans' Space.
Don't like this.
Yeah,
Should I say?
it is what it is. I
We were going to be building
I
something
don't
for GitLens,
anybody
but
here,
we kind of hit like a
people
good stopping
Adam,
point, I think. We need
Matt,
to figure out how to get things into
Steve,
this
and other
configuration file,
I don't think they're being malicious.
which will be cool.
I think that they are unintentionally, right, unwittingly acting as TypeScript purists. And my premise, which none of them really directly acknowledge, they just go, no, I don't agree with what you said. None of them really acknowledge is
I really wanted to
Adam's
chime in
actually
saying,
kind of
I don't
like
agree
it.
with what you're
Blaze
saying.
eventually came around to it. If you actually go see me and his arguments, he kind of goes like, all right, I see what you're getting at. That's fair. And I'm like, all right, I see what you're getting at. Also fair.
But yeah, what you up to, Tony?
Which essentially was like him saying like, well, you could do it in other ways that aren't turning strict false. And I'm like, yes. And if that's the way that the person wants to do it, and that's the way they're comfortable trying TypeScript out for the first time, or trying to convert their project to TypeScript, that's all JavaScript for the first time, then they should do it that way. I'm saying having somebody tell you that you
Time for
can't
another
or
whiskey,
shouldn't
though, right?
do it the way that you want to do it, you want to try it, what you're comfortable with doing for your project, it's not okay. Like, they should be able to do it however the fuck they want.
Time for a beer? There you go. That works too.
To try TypeScript out, right? Not what you subjectively think is the better way, because if it's not the better way for that person, guess what? You're wrong.
100%. I think that I think Adam is mistakenly thinking that JavaScript is programming with training wheels, when actually JavaScript's just learning to program, and then if you decide to learn TypeScript, you can do so with training
Adam
wheels.
who? Like, I don't know the reference they're making.
Have no strict mode enabled, and that would be TypeScript with training wheels. It's going to let you do some fucked up shit, but you're not going to fall flat on your face, because it's going to pick you up a little bit where you might have screwed up in JavaScript. So, I mean,
yeah,
I think that's fine.
I think
for some people.
Hey Connor, yeah, exactly. Hey Connor, I think there is a way to do like more isolated, like strict mode. I don't think there's like a per file way, which is what you're getting at. Like, I think you could like turn on strict mode and then go to each file and kind of like TS ignore the file, which is like, or like TS expect an error, right? Which is like sort of close to that, but not the same. So
was it an Adam.dev thing? Yeah. Do you have a link to the tweet that they're talking
You
about?
could like very slowly but surely go from.
Did
one file to
Adam.dev get
another,
canceled?
Turning that off. Turning that on, and then working that file, and then going to the next one, turning it on, and working that file. And that's
Because yeah,
essentially how
Adam's
we
great.
Would convert entire JavaScript.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
Libraries to TypeScript is we would just do it file by file.
He needs to leave like the hot takes up to Dex.
Configure TypeScript, and then we just like switch this file to TS, and then just like watch the hell break loose.
I'm surprised there's an option for that. That actually would make a lot of sense, to be able to start off with just a loosely typed TypeScript and then ramp it up as necessary file by file.
Yeah, he just simply
honestly,
has to talk, and you know there's a hot take
similar
coming.
mindset. And again, all these like people that are coming at me now.
For sure.
Like, I've definitely fucking whacked that hornet's nest. It felt great. I haven't pissed off a lot of people on Twitter in a long time. The thing is like, I'm fairly certain that they're having a similar mindset, which is essentially
Dev Adam, a different Adam.
like, they're not thinking about the person. They're really not considering the person that's trying to learn TypeScript for the first time and is just wanting to try a few things out, and the person who maybe is trying to convert an entire say like a library over to TypeScript, because I've done both of those things. I remember them being incredibly hard and overwhelming, and anything that would like reduce that whelm right.
Everyone's always talking about overwhelming and underwhelming. Can't we just be whelmed?
I think very much appreciated in the moment, so that I could like.
I think we said whelmed at the exact same time
maybe
there.
I
That was
convert
good.
some more of these.
That was actually really good. Why can't we just be whelmed?
Having to worry about if
medium whelm done.
TypeScript server was going to crash like every 5 seconds.
Yeah, and I mean, even from like if you go for a wider angle view, like you have teams that have different levels of skill. So an individual might not be able to run in and nail it first try on a TypeScript hard mode, being strength mode. But then like, maybe they could contribute. Maybe they could contribute with if a file by file approach was used. Somebody on the team might be able to. They might be able to go in there and be like, all right, well, I can just start this process off at least, and maybe there's going to be a few little things here and there, and then somebody on the team is able to go in and clean up the last little bit pretty well. So you can have some people working on it.
I thought we were about to disagree. You started off real bad there. I'm not gonna lie. Mark. I was like, dude, you started off, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I would just tell that person that they, like, if we're already in a TypeScript ecosystem, and they're not very strong in TypeScript, they're gonna have to learn TypeScript.
No.
They could go use these strategies to learn TypeScript that I've mentioned, but you were talking about converting an existing code base.
Existing JavaScript code base, and then like you pick up one wizard that can like guide the program, and then you slowly ramp up people to whatever their levels are. And
I literally
per file, that would be great.
I literally did this at JP Morgan and Chase. So I convinced everybody that this greenfield project needed to be in TypeScript, and there was literally 3 of us, myself included, that knew TypeScript. It was like a whole ass team too, of like 60 people.
Yeah, I would imagine JP Morgan probably had a pretty substantial team.
Yeah, well, this particular project, there was a greenfield portion, and then there was a portion that was a migration from Ember to React, which was going to be part of this project, and they were going to be combined. And I was like, hey, we should use TypeScript. And I got so much pushback. And I was like, no, this is why. And I just laid it all out. And eventually got down to the point where it was like, the only arguments they really had was like, well, we don't have very many TypeScript devs. And I'm like, I'm TypeScript proficient. This person's TypeScript proficient. And this person is. You guys have any problems helping me teach other people TypeScript? And they're like, no. And I was like, I didn't think so, because I don't want to work in JavaScript. Yeah, so we were able to eventually convince the other tech leads that was the right way to go, and lo and behold, everybody survived. But I did initially start off where I was like people would just be like, I don't know how to type this, it keeps throwing type errors, but I know it's gonna work. I'm like, as any. And they're like, I thought you weren't supposed to do that. And I'm like, as any. We'll come back to it. Okay, don't worry. We have things that will scan the code and be like, this isn't something that you should keep. And we'll come back to it.
That's the way to do it.
And
right.
I'll help fucking teach you how to type it. And like, yeah, that happened regularly, where it's just like, this thing's blocking me. I need to get this in. It's like, cool, cast it as any. And then me and you can work on it tomorrow. And that was it. That's it.
think that's a really important
I've got a
feature
lot
of it.
to
Oh, sorry.
critique.
Let's go. Apparently, I have some of the hottest ones.
I don't think that you should ever use just the like.
Well, they
raw
might not
string
have actually heard
in
me.
TypeScript.
Go on.
So TypeScript's got branded types. It's got string template literals. It's basically got a bunch of ways to describe what the string contains, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you can say, hey, this is, this string type actually is in the format of string and then an @ sign and then a string, right? Maybe that's an email, or
Yeah, whatever.
you can define a string type that's like email, and the only way you can use that string type as an email is after you've passed it through like a validate email function.
They might not have heard me there when I tried to jump in.
And the reason I feel like you should never use string is basically if you validate an email and then you write to your DB that valid email, and then you read it from the DB, and you read it back as a string and not an email type, then all of the work that you've done to say in your code base, hey, this is an email, has just been like thrown out the window. And at like a small scale, that doesn't matter at all. But in the code base at work that I'm on, there are maybe like 30 different like 30 different ways an ID can be defined. And they have to get routed to different endpoints and stuff. And they all are just using like the raw string type. And so when you're reading through like 20,000 lines of code and it's all just strings and you don't know where the the other thing is you don't know where the validation's happening, right?
Right.
Because you can
it's
have
as
like
good
a
as any,
fetch,
basically.
Yeah, you can have a fetch user function and you don't know if the string's been validated or not. And so then you just end up with this you end up doing a bunch of wasted validation. Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
Let me just touch this.
You tagged Elon Musk parody though.
Bare hand touch, right? Touching it.
Did you mean to tag the
That's
parody?
Like lukewarm. That's a lukewarm take.
That's
at best.
That's
yeah.
Okay.
You're basically.
Okay, just double checking. Okay.
Is strongly.
Oh, you didn't mean to do it. I mean, you should still be able to update it.
Strongly.
You should be able to edit it if it's brand new.
Right, because it goes beyond. It goes beyond strings.
It's just like a minute ago, right? Yeah, you should be able to update it.
Permission checks within TypeScript.
Yeah.
And you have to pass. Like the only way you can read data is if you pass a user object that is allowed to read that data.
Oh, it won't let you? Maybe because it's a retweet?
Okay, so maybe a lukewarm take. But
yeah, the thing is like,
yeah, that might be part of it.
What you're describing, most people, the only reason they would push back is because they're like, that's.
It's actually fitting to tag the parody account, I think.
That's the point.
I think that's actually really fitting.
You know, it's more work now, and then we look at the code, and it's not fucking a spaghettified clusterfuck of strings. How I would look at this, first off, like it's not
up
like
to
I
you.
could pass like from the database,
sure.
Like for at least for my right now my database Prisma, like I can't type it anything other than string, right? Like that email is string.
That's because you're not using Drizzle.
No, we're actually gonna refactor. Okay, I picked Prisma because I was familiar with it for this project, and I was like, let's just use Prisma so we can just like fucking ratchet through this. I don't want to learn a new fucking library while we're trying to get this project out the door. And then Prisma is just like, it hasn't improved in like, I've only been a dev for like 6.5 years, guys. Not super long, okay? Prisma's barely fucking improved in that whole time. It's kind of disappointing because I was such a huge advocate of Prisma for so long. But lo and behold, here we are. Drizzle is certainly better, and that's what we're going to end up using. Right. Actually, it's like the first thing is going to happen for V2 for this project.
I usually chime in more on these.
Nice.
I have less opinions about anything they're saying.
The Drizzle custom types?
Well, I'm gonna.
That's okay. Yeah.
I know I haven't, but I will.
What up, Trevenge? How you doing?
Any type that Drizzle doesn't support, like let's say they didn't support big end, you can just define a custom type and a way to serialize it and deserialize it and what MySQL format it uses, and it works.
Okay.
And my use case for it,
That's like a struct and go or something. You're just I'm making my own types.
I had a really cool use case for it that I need to actually finish. Here it is.
Okay.
You know Bitfields?
It went all right. I got more prep to do.
Bitfields.
Bitfields?
Bitfields, like when you do.
Bitfields.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I can't say that I have.
I was hearing
Like, give me an
Bitfjords,
example, maybe I
which
have.
is totally different.
It's basically if you take a number and then you convert the number to binary, so it's 0, 0, 1, whatever, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll do like the walkthrough and like the example of it, and like, you know, you guys can help me evaluate if it's effective. I just need to like get it set up better, which I think is trickier.
And
Cool.
for a 32-bit integer, you can store 32 booleans on it. So each bit of a number basically becomes a true/false.
Yeah, exactly.
And what you can do with a Drizzle custom type is you can basically define it as a table and use it like normal, and you don't have to worry about the serialization of it anywhere through your code base.
Okay. All I have to say to that is nerd.
Okay. That's fair.
Ooh, nerd.
What's up?
I just what's going
it's
on?
fucking cool. Don't get me wrong. It's cool, Reese. It's cool. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah.
It's way outside of my scope of
Okay.
that's something I would implement.
Yeah, but this way you can add more booleans without having to do a schema change.
That's usually a problem I have. That's I just
Let you cook. Yeah, there you go.
Guy over here, you got some interesting problems, Reese. I haven't come across them yet.
I think like on the Prisma take, I feel like it's you want your ORM to be boring. You don't want it to change too much. I think in terms of performance, absolutely. Right, but I think in terms of just
bro, I just had an error.
Sets?
No, I just had an error earlier. No, not boring. Okay, and if it was boring, I'd be stoked. It's not boring. I had an error earlier today. Okay, I had an error earlier today where it was just like, Prisma error, binding 6 at something. What kind of error was it? It ended up being like a panic or something. I don't know, because it was a fucking Rust error, and I was like, hey, fuck you, Prisma.
I think like as a Rust dev, like I just like I like when people use Rust, but I think there's like Prisma is a great example of the Rust rewrite didn't go well, and and it's just you're just doubling down, and you're like, no, this is great, we're okay. I think that's one of the things.
I was able to find out what was happening. I was able to find out what was happening because what I did was I forced db push to my dev branch and reset it, right? And when I did that, okay, it was just like a way of like clearing out all the tables and clearing out all the data, just start over. It started working again, and then I found out like I just narrowed it down. It was this fucking upsert, okay, for the seed data, and for some reason there's some data that the upsert was like, hey, I don't know what to do with this, and Prisma freaked out and it internally threw a fucked up error, okay, that doesn't tell me where it came from, why or how, or any of the data that's like normal shit to pass off to the fucking user in a log.
Yeah, and I think, with something like Prisma, where it's like, this is a library that has to be as cohesive as it can, I feel like, I don't want to be critical of, and coherent, right? I don't want to be critical of the people working on it, but like, if you have someone that only knows Rust, and you have another person that only knows TypeScript, like, there's always going to be a barrier, like, communication, and I feel like that, like, when you have a translation layer, you probably want one or two devs that can just understand both.
Yeah, so check this out. Good. There isn't a translation error here. This is a JavaScript ORM. Okay? There's the only logs I should be seeing are JavaScript ones. That's the only errors I should be seeing. I shouldn't be seeing the Rust panic error because I was trying to send an object to this upsert that the upsert didn't like, okay? For whatever reason, it gives me some weird binding at 6. There's no 6 anywhere in my data. There's no 6 anywhere in my code. The 6 is just a magical thing that Prisma spit out.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, with Turbo, like, let's say I think that's a good example of just like JS tools that are written by other languages like Rust. Like, I feel like we need to, like, if you are going to use something like Rust,
errors are JavaScript. Yes.
make sure the errors are JavaScript, but also like make it clear like when things are Rust, when things are the whatever compiler is being used, and when things are on the in JavaScript land. You know, and errors can be. I mean, it could be as simple as something went wrong in this place, right? And it doesn't show the Rust error. And then just throw that stuff in logs. Who knows?
Yeah. Okay. Funny thing, Renan here is like, I'm rewriting TS to Rust right now. Cool thing. Cool. Awesome, Renan. I helped rewrite the Cloudflare workers.
So I think,
CLI
Ben,
Rust to TypeScript.
the big issue is, like, this is a library. You don't want a library exposing their internals to you. You want it exposing the errors that you have done. And if you didn't commit an error, like, who cares?
With Rust,
but this is like, about your own error
it basically just
and not getting a reasonable like result from it. So this was a user error thing, not a library error. But the library spit out a library error,
at, like,
which is a huge
writing
problem.
Stuff when there's like a very pre-defined spec that's like really laid out. And you know exactly what you're
so
out.
Right. This is for you as a consumer of a library. You don't care about
like,
the internal Rust thing, right? If you messed up, you need an error that tells you where you messed up because you're writing JavaScript.
Early days for the
so I can get that. I think that makes sense.
And so you had a lot of organic growth that was not consistent, kind of chaotic. The code got way out of hand. Rust itself made that worse because of its how low level it is. The complexity just like ballooned. So the rewrite to TypeScript was like just significantly like simplified the code, simplified
right. But if the library is broken, why is that my problem?
Themselves,
right?
The connection, like the.
So if I see a Rust error from a library, I'm going to assume that the library itself is broken.
At the end of the day,
but in this case, it was actually a user error that wasn't like bubbled up properly.
A powerful language, yes, it's great for, you
want to make a video game? Just make a video game, man. Yeah, you totally got this.
There are definitely way more TypeScript developers.
You totally got this.
And so we had way more.
It's not as hard as you think it is.
From both internally at Cloudflare as well as externally from the community.
I would recommend starting with something simple like JavaScript, etc., and launch it up to itch.io. Boom, you're done. You don't need to worry about the Steam thing or any of that BS or any of the harder like frameworks. You can make a game that just runs on itch.io that's simple JavaScript if you want.
All right.
That's totally doable.
I dislike Rust.
Yep.
I don't really love Rust, but I don't dislike Rust. Rust is a great language. It's powerful.
iPhone's going to be trickier. I would say try and make a game first using web tech because it's more accessible.
Very good at what it does.
Deploying and shipping something for iPhone is way harder.
Like, for instance, our backend's written in Go.
And yeah, we're on an ad, so I can wait a sec.
Tons of things that are written in Go, especially in like the like the cloud infrastructure companies. They love Go. Go's everywhere. The way that I look at it is, again, I think Rust is a really, really, really great language for things that are already very well predefined. And that leaves it, like, if you have a Rust team, that their entire job is to take a bunch of legacy C++.
So what I was getting at is shipping an iPhone app has a whole bunch of complexity that is way harder. So instead, try and ship an itch.io app, and then once you've shipped an app, then you can do an iPhone one. But concentrate on doing something first.
No, not languages. There's a lot of like physical infrastructure, right? That's written on C and C++.
You can do that from the
C,
web, man.
because it's old. It's really, really, really old. And the thing is that stuff needs to be updated and maintained, because like regardless of what people like to think, like that dam that has a controller system that's operating on C that hasn't been touched in like 70 years needs to be updated.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge weak point of, like, right now, context, I'm working on C and C++ repos, and it's like one of those things that, like, these have been written like 10 years ago. They have macros that, like, you have to investigate the entire code base to understand, and these systems where you know what the requirements are, Rust rewrites are great, but going from idea to implementation fastly is it's just not one of those strong suits of Rust, and it's not a problem it wants to solve. I mean, that's usually something that you would expect out of, you know, other stuff.
I think honestly, I think Go gives you a little bit more flexibility there, and that's why more companies have leaned towards Go for a lot of their infrastructure and like their you know, planning to product for their backends and APIs and other shit like that, is because it just gives them a little bit more of that flexibility. Again, I'm not a huge advocate for either of these languages. I'm not gonna be like sitting here and being like, I'm gonna defend one of these more than the other. Not happening. Most of you already know how I feel, so not gonna do that. But I will, you know, essentially acquiesce to what these things are good at, and like making a comparison, like, well, this team's faster than this team. Put them in the same situation, right?
Yeah, that was
yeah, it's weird that everybody has to fucking do that. I don't understand. But like, if you're gonna do it scientifically. Have the same teams, okay, in a control situation where they're solving a problem, okay, that's really simple, right? Really simple. They both could do it very easily, okay. Then take the same two teams and have them go and rewrite a legacy code base from you know, C to Rust and Go, and then have those same two teams do something that's where it goes from planning to a production app, and then be like, okay, which language seemed to be more flexible in these situations? Which one did better in this situation? Which one did better in that situation? It's the same exact team. We know the teams are solid. You know, they're the control. Make sure, like, do it in a way that actually fucking has a fair comparison of like what's the strengths and weaknesses of these languages, rather than this bullshit of just like yeah, this with this language, this team would be way faster. Shut the fuck up.
I just don't think it matters. I don't think it fucking matters. You pick a language, you know, and then you write in it. You're gonna have problems in every language, and you're gonna have to overcome them. It just doesn't fucking matter.
That's partially true. I won't completely agree with that. I have to agree with the fact that some languages are better at doing other things than other languages. That's just because languages are literally built to solve problems, right? And if you build a language to solve a particular problem, it's going to be very good at doing that problem, right? So if I take Python and try to do web development, can I do it? Sure. Is Flask or Django super fucking enjoyable to use? No. But if I take Python and I go do like fucking MathPy or
I had a point I want to
AI
jump in with, but I'm waiting for him to finish his rant.
It does great. It was built to be a back-end language that was super flexible and could do these things.
I don't know. I think Django can make people do things very fast as well. It's one of those things that the complexity lifts. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things like I make a lot of memes where I just like I shit on JavaScript. It's very funny. It's very fun to do. But at the end of the day, like, you know, the only times where I'm just thinking about Rust versus like Go versus C++ is like when I'm like working on very low level like media encoder stuff. I feel like the average REST API with no users like runtime, like we don't. It doesn't matter. Like it really like what matters is, I don't know. It's just
yo, my Pokemon API written in Rust can do fucking 20 million transactions per minute. It's like, how many hits to your API do you get? And they're like 5 a week.
I mean,
I think as far as
sorry. Skill issue.
I think that's what I mean. It's like at the core of it, it's all programming, right? Everything's fucking a for loop, and they all do for loops. So you're golden.
Ahmad, did you even hear me try and chime in there on the space?
No, let's use Groovy.
I'm wondering if my mic is even working over there.
I mean, if all languages are created equal, let's use Groovy. We all be groovy devs.
Now, I don't mean that all languages, right? But any popular language, right? Like when people compare Go and Rust and JavaScript, like I'm like,
100%.
What is your trade-off here? What are you trading for? This
I agree.
One arbitrary thing that maybe Go does slightly better? Like, get the fuck out of here. Just solve your problems.
What's your backend written in?
Our backend is written in Go.
Yeah, written in Go. Cool. Let's do it in Java because like they're equal. A lot of people know Java. I think that's just a more solid language to write your backend in.
Well, let's not get.
I don't know how I feel about. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, I don't know. Anything but Java. I know the point.
No,
I know
that
the point is that it doesn't matter. But
no, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And there's more people know Java. There's more Java resources. We definitely should be writing Shane's backend in Java. Shane, let's do it.
I don't like I'm picking a language because people out there, like a lot of people use it, right? Like it's hireable, right? I mean it's fair. I mean it's a fair thing sometimes, but like sometimes it's just like, how do you get something to be hireable? You just use it, Java. And it's one of those things where it's like if we're too scared to try anything new, we would still all just be writing PHP and Java right now.
Let's be honest.
For some Kotlin. I didn't hate Java either.
Let's be honest. Java can get you jobs. Okay, I don't like Java, and that's why everybody here knows that it's fucking funny that I was saying that. If you don't know, then too bad. You're outside of the joke, not my problem. But non-jokingly, Java gets jobs, and yes, it rhymes a little bit.
If you happen to be in my personal local area and you're looking for a local job, then if you're wanting to do anything on the back end, you have to know Ruby, because
you have to know what?
Came here, you have to know Ruby.
Oh, that's gross. I mean that's totally viable language. Yeah,
the largest employer here for umpteen thousands of years has been Procore, and they had 1,000, 2,000 engineering team, and then they did Ruby, so everybody knew Ruby. If you wanted to hire someone, you could grab someone from there, and they knew Ruby, so you just start with Ruby. And now there's a bunch of startups that are all Ruby based because of this.
And they're out there, they're in the wild, they're making money, they're shipping products. And they don't even have to use
No, that's fine. Like, did you hear me at all? Because I definitely did try to talk, and if I didn't come through, that's on my end, and something's broken, which is definitely a thing. So if you didn't hear me at all, that means that my microphone's not working.
More user.
Didn't hear me once? Yes, that's on my end. Right. I don't know what the issue is.
Which, I never really look at Python and go this is super hostile to developer experience. But yeah, I like to call it baby Python because of that. But that being said,
I found it.
Yeah, it's a fine language. I think Ruby itself gets more shit because of Rails than it deserves. And it's not. It's like giving JavaScript
I bet I can do it now.
Or TypeScript shit because of
that was on
React or Angular or whatever. It's like at least if you're going to talk shit about JavaScript or TypeScript, make it about JavaScript or TypeScript, folks. There's plenty of shit to talk about this language. All right, you don't need to bring in one of the frameworks to really shit on that language. All right. That being said, I see Renan here. Okay. Post the classical sort meme about JavaScript sucking, right? We got the 6, -2, 2, -7 dot sort, and it comes out to -2, -7, 2, and 6. Okay, look, Renan. All right, look. If you're just gonna use the raw dot sort, all right. Okay,
what up? How you doing, Harvenius?
That's all I have to say to that. That's all I have to say to that. That's it. You're just gonna use the raw dot sort, okay? You're not gonna pass it a callback with a little bit of arithmetic in there, okay? That's on you. Okay. Don't come crying to me.
So they've already like moved past the points I wanted to make. So I'll say it to y'all instead. When you're doing a REST API, the language you're using is actually so much less relevant because it's a glue, right? The language you're using for a REST API is gluing together your database calls and third-party API calls and all that stuff. The speed of your language that's doing that is meaningless.
Of the integers,
because your bottleneck is the third-party service. Your bottleneck is the database.
Like you also have like
your glue language is meaningless.
In programming language, so you have to pass it some sort of like.
So that's important. And then another thing I wanted to chime in with
about how you want to fucking sort it. If you're just gonna do the default sort and then complain about the results, too bad.
Right.
Well,
exactly. And one more point I wanted to make, but they're way past it, so it'd be weird for me to bring it up again, is the key reason that so many of these like cloud tools are implemented with Go. Number one, Go was invented basically at Google, and Google created Kubernetes. And things within the Kubernetes ecosystem are gonna be Go as well. But another important aspect to that is that Go had massive cross-compilation in a really clean and easy way via Go Releaser and Go Downloader a good 6 years before Rust solved that problem, right? Cross-compilation of Rust was a pain in the ass for a long time. The amount of platforms you could support with Go was just bigger.
I did 3.5 miles today. Not bad. Not bad at all, folks.
It's better. You can do Go Releaser with Rust, and it's really not that bad. Like, cross-compiling Rust is not that much of a problem. It's still not that great, though? Really? I feel like I've tried it, and it was fine. But I could be wrong.
But then all this TypeScript stuff happened, and I was just like, oh, I kicked the hornet's nest. I was hoping, like, Matt Pocock or some other people would show up in here so that I could yell at them, but whatever.
Are you talking about your strict mode tweet?
Yeah. Yeah, I pissed off a bunch of people.
Yeah, I wish Twitter had a thumbs down button.
Yeah, I mean, you could have that opinion. So, like I was telling, all the other individuals.
Yeah, I guess I haven't released out any CLI tools via Rust to really know about the cross compilation problem. So I'm lacking that experience.
Okay, like if you want to.
But it's super easy with Go. Which I think is the magical part, right? Go Releaser and Go Downloader are awesome.
TypeScript purist, but it's definitely coming off that way.
I've definitely read articles about using Go Releaser and Go Downloader with Rust.
This is the way that you should do TypeScript.
But I've never done it myself.
My main premise for my tweet is Matt Pocock has a massive amount of influence. It goes off and says, you shouldn't do this. Don't do it this way. Do it this way. Okay? Now imagine you're somebody who wanted to try TypeScript for the first time, and the way that you wanted to try it was, I'm just going to try it with strict mode off and see how I like the other TypeScript features. Okay, you might be chasing people off. You might be the way that the best way to try TypeScript, the best way to use TypeScript for the first time is the way that the person is most comfortable doing so. It's not any of your fucking opinion on the best way of using TypeScript that matters. That's what it just comes down to. What works best for the individual that's trying it.
But yeah, I could have sworn Rust solved the cross-compilation problem. So I'm curious, like, what are the problems you've run into with that?
Oh, I was fucking talking to a muted phone.
Because I know some Rust people have totally, like, pushed back on, like, when I said that Go did that better. And I just took their word for it because I don't know.
It's the same argument I have for any. I don't even think any should exist in TypeScript. Like, you're either going to be typed or don't. The any has caused more problems than it's solved.
I'm going to disagree. There are so many libraries that use it internally.
One of the arguments against what I suggested as how you could learn something was...
I don't think my microphone works still. I'm going to have to refresh.
Instead. You can use
I'm going to have to jump back in.
Everywhere instead.
I'm going to have to refresh because I don't think they heard me.
The way that you want to learn
so one second. Let me do that.
Time, please fucking do it that way.
Couldn't hear me? Yeah. This has happened multiple times for me.
All valid ways to do it. And if that's the way that you want to learn TypeScript for the first time, please fucking do it that way. Again, I am not going to sit here and tell you you're doing it wrong because
I gotta refresh again?
There were things in TypeScript early days that just couldn't be done, and you just kind of had to hand wave it with an any.
Yeah. You know what's funny is the
Let me close Chrome and try again.
So like everything.
I've had this issue before. I think it's on me. I know I messed something up, I think.
Isn't that literally today again? Where like it wasn't even bug. Like I was reviewing code. He was like, I don't know why this is
okay, that worked.
Checking if it's an object.
No, man. You know what my favorite thing about that is?
I might be good.
It's a well-known problem, obviously, in JavaScript. It's been a well-known problem in JavaScript since like ES1, but they can't fix it because so much of the internet is just built off of checks against null being an object, and so like that. Literally, if they fix that bug, the entire internet breaks. Not some of it, not like a small Facebook amount because of a hiccup with a TXT file. We're talking like everything.
Well, the problem is, I mean, this goes with almost everything. Like even like the JavaScript like pipe stuff that they want to add. Like there's so many features that we would want in JavaScript, but we just can't because of all the support it requires. And if we like, it'll always be bogged down by its past, like no matter what. Sure. And it's just one of those unfortunate things. And I think the only solution is to get browsers to like, leap forward and not wait for kind of the JavaScript authority to say the yes or no. It's getting Google to like accept web components in like a powerful way.
So ironically, the browser, if you're familiar with, are you familiar with the temporal API for JavaScript?
Yeah, so cool.
Yeah. Yes. It would be really great. It was actually in fucking JavaScript at stage 4, but it's not going to be. It's also not in TypeScript yet, even though it's in stage 3, which is super weird. But there's a reason for that, and that's politics. And it basically comes down to it shouldn't be in stage 3 because it wasn't ready. And stage 3 is usually where browsers adopt it and get it into their system. And you're like, well, I don't see temporal API anywhere in the browsers. It's like, that's right. Because the browsers keep kicking it back going, hey, no.
I mean, the only way to get to stage 3 is there have to be implementations of it. So there is someone that has implemented it, right?
There's a implementation of it as a library. Like you go to like the temporal website. However, the reason it got into stage 3 was very much politics. Like I've talked to a couple people on the TC39 about it. When I was like in Austin, I went and got drinks with a couple of them, and it really just came down to it got fast tracked for reasons, and then when it got to stage 3, it had so many issues that when they went to go implement it in the browsers, the browser teams basically came back and were like, "What the fuck is this?" It was not good.
So that's similar to how decorators happened, right? Decorators, there was pushback, but really to get to stage 3, like I think 2 or 3 major implementations had to do it, right? So that would include Node or Bun or whatever, right? But to get to stage 3 even, there has to be existing implementations. So someone's done it.
Yeah, I'm not certain that that's the case for this one. I'm really not. I would have to double check, but I would sincerely doubt that it's implemented anywhere in a serious fashion other than the one place, which is that website that I mentioned, which is considered a implementation only because it literally uses the API. It's really just like kind of like a playground that they created for implementing it, though, for using, I mean.
And obviously, I mean, like, temporal is going to fix everything because just one more time associated library or browser fix is gonna help everyone.
Well, if you look at the
yeah, that's
API
crazy to me if they got to
really
stage 3 without
that, like, it is very
any of
much
that. But yeah, hey, we got audio working at least.
And there's a reason for that. Like, Luxon's a side project almost of Moment. The whole Moment team essentially shut down and quit to go work on Temporal API, and you have very much the same people who worked on Moment and Luxon working now on Temporal, so it has very strong similarities to like one of the most popular date-time libraries ever and its little brother.
I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
So technically, Luxon was written by a totally separate person than Matt Johnston or whatever his name was, right? Like the guys that wrote Moment were different people.
The person that wrote Luxon was working on Moment as well. They were,
okay,
like,
he's not the core dev though. I know that for sure.
You mean like the original creator?
Yeah, like the Moment core creator is that Matt Johnston or Matt Johnson or whatever his name is.
No, he wasn't the original creator of Moment. I didn't say that.
Okay, my bad. I misunderstood.
I didn't mean to imply that either. It was a side project of one of the devs that was working on Moment, and it got a lot of traction, and then they put it like on Moment's like website, and then ironically more people started using it. But the main thing is like all those people that worked on Moment and worked on Luxon just moved over to Temporal API. Luxon's still maintained too, but Moment JS is very much not. So please stop using it because I see you motherfuckers still installing it.
I saw it in a project I'm working on right now. It's
me too. Unique. But was it installed recently? Because like I see people still installing Moment.
It got installed 7 months ago.
Oh my god!
On a Greenfield app. Because they watched.
You can't stop me.
Because they watched a tutorial.
So Isaac Cambron. Okay, that's the dude who he is a core contributor to Moment. So that makes sense.
The fucking person who like
I didn't know
finds the next exploit in the Moment package because it's fucking been deprecated for over 2 years now. They're gonna fucking stop you.
Hear me out.
The image preloading that is Squip.
I know that there's a security
SQIP
somewhere in there.
So I'm using Gatsby, so there's like an easy integration with it.
I care. No, I'm just trolling. I mean, if there's a security vulnerability, I have to actually look at that.
Squib.
This is my first time hearing it. I gotta look into that.
Squib. That's it.
Yeah, just use Luxon.
His even has no security vulnerabilities at all.
I wrote a left pad.
Are you guys all using Luxon?
You can use Luxon or just use the datetime API because most of the time you really don't actually need fucking most of these libraries.
The thing about the JavaScript libraries being insecure.
Oh, he's wrong about that one for sure.
Insecurities in them cancel each other out. But if you remove one, then your app's vulnerable.
Okay, your insecurities while coding don't count.
Whatever happened with DateFNS? That was like pretty popular for a hot minute.
That's so nice. I like it.
Yeah, that developer is still active.
Yeah, DateFNS is fine. I generally tell people, like, if you're more keen to use like the native API when it eventually fucking finally comes out, I would stick closer to Luxon, only because that API is much more like Luxon than it is DateFNS.
Yeah, but what's the confidence that Temporal is going to actually ship to browsers in any meaningful
it should
way?
hit browsers, what, 2028, 29?
2030, I don't 2030, 2035. I don't know, man. Like it was supposed to be out like 2 years ago or something. I don't it's incredibly infuriating.
I thought JS devs shipped. I thought that was the whole. I thought you guys just shipped. Guess not. You guys let me down.
Yeah, not TC39, I guess. They I don't know. They must have a reason. They must have reasons. I know some of them, but like most of it's politics, and I was like sworn to secrecy. So like made a blood pact and everything. Not really, but that sounded funny in my head. I'm sorry.
So yeah, basically, there's an article from 2016. 90% of internal cross-browser incompatibility issues are related to new date. So do not rely on new date.
like, oh yeah, we snuck you on there. It's like it's literal politics to get onto that committee.
That sounds like my own personal fucking hell. Like just sitting around arguing about things that are going to happen in 4 years.
They're the literal gate. They're the literal gate of the internet. I mean, they're dying for this.
The thing is first off, I don't have a like understanding of like the guts of JavaScript enough to actually get involved in some of this shit. Because like the conversations I've had with the conversations we were having were like around temporal and observables, okay? Because like observables were supposed to go into JavaScript at one point as well. So there was like a
welcome back, Ahmad. No worries.
Attempt of a proposal, okay? And then
90% of Alibaba's internal cross-browser testing bugs and incompatibility issues are because of new date.
W3 instead, which is like, again,
this is why libraries like date functions and temporal, etc. are so important.
The thing is like when we started actually discussing,
but
like,
yeah, so I had to paste that because of Jacob's comment of just use the native date time.
How these APIs really working inside of JavaScript
I don't know,
itself.
man.
I was just like,
I don't know. Just use Day.js.
Shit, this is way outside my comfort zone.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
no.
Inside
of JavaScript.
No.
I'm like opening up the guts of something and looking at it, and it's an alien. Like it's just an alien biology here.
Time for more whiskey, though.
So yeah. I don't belong on TC39. If we're gonna do politics, Mark, we should do.
I mean,
politics.
Rolling your own off
Let's
isn't that
run
crazy?
For governor, dog. Let's make it
personally.
Happen. Right? I could be mayor of Gig Harbor over here. Let's do
It'd
it.
Probably be easier.
Probably. Let's be real. This, like an easy way to get onto TC39 would be like join one of the companies that have a seat, and then somehow like House of Cards Machiavellian your way to that chair. Like.
I really would love to like dive in to see which companies all have seats. I mean, obviously, like Mozilla and Google and probably Apple and Microsoft. But that would be interesting.
Yeah, there's some selection bias to that one for sure.
Not anything productive.
It's all open information. It's not hidden.
I really wanted to make a joke about that Linux backdoor and say that GitHub user could be on the TC39 committee, but I can't remember his name.
Yeah, I saw that. Didn't
Jai Tang or whatever, right?
I think my CEO brought it up again. Yeah. there's a guy that exploited a Rails vulnerability, and because GitHub back in the day was like purely a Rails shop, like they're like the Ruby on Rails shop. I think at the time, I don't think they're the biggest one anymore, but
Shopify is.
There was vulnerability, and this dude literally just like made a commit directly to main on a very large project. It was just like, why am I able to do this? Was the commit. Just like the most like ridiculous white hat kind of, I guess it's borderline gray. No, it's gray hat. It's such a gray hat move that's just like I think there's something wrong here, folks.
Yeah, Shopify is the biggest Rails shop in the world now.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. It's super fucking funny. The commit itself is hilarious. No. Big argument with David Bloss. That argument actually turned out pretty well. I'll give David kudos. He argued really well. That says something. I do not say that about most people. It might just be faster to look at my... Yeah, I'm just gonna look at Colin's thread here, or his page. There you go. Probably be like the top one anyways. Lead clerk at clerk. God damn, Colin. Oh shit. Here we go. Here it is. All right, sharing it in the Jumbotron here for everybody to see. It says, "Wow, how come I can commit in master?" And it's Rails. It's the Rails project in GitHub that's basically like they committed to master on Rails, exposing a Rails vulnerability that was on GitHub. There's so many layers to this. Oh, I love it.
Interesting.
There's a lot more people here. And there was even more earlier. What's up, Renee, Gabriel, bunch of the regulars, Dylan, Nick's here.
That top comment on that GitHub thread. He can hack, but can he spell? I'm like, what the fuck do you mean he can hack? He literally committed on GitHub. I think that's the point, right?
Oh, people are great.
That's a trip.
Will you pay me for security audit?
I'm gonna start trying to commit on repos now.
I know, right? Yeah, it's kind of impressive.
Savage. Do not use new date. What do you think? What do you think they're using in these libraries, dog?
I'm just saying it was 90% of Alibaba's cross-browser compatibility issues. There's an article about it. You can read it, right? That's why these libraries exist, so that you don't have to do it yourself. They can do it for you in a clean and easy way, managing time zones and all that for you.
Yeah, all right, that's fair. I'll give you that.
Wait, what? You guys don't just make date objects?
No, sometimes I do. It depends how much it matters.
Ooh, moon time zones. That'll be tough. Oof, scary. Moon time zones.
Luxon.
Yeah, I won.
Date FNS. They're all fine. Just don't use
they just using
moment
new date?
Moment JS. Yeah, under the hood, they're using new date. All right. Don't start with me. Don't start with me, Shane.
Chris, I need more, and I don't feel like reading all this.
It's a really short article.
Yeah,
really
dude.
Short article.
It's like here. Put it into ChatGPT and be like TLDR this for me. And it'll be in ChatGPT to be like, that is a TLDR. Oh, I hate myself. Man. Maybe I should have tried to join PartyKit.
You would have gotten laid off with the other two people, like, at the same time.
Probably, yeah. Actually, Sunil probably would have laid me off first. No, he would have had me lay them off and then laid me off. That's what would have happened. That's how I get.
He would have been the messenger.
That's how I get.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know the one guy, Johnny.
That's what I deserve.
Johnny or whatever. He the two of them were like doing cold plunges every day for a while. There was like a
Shane, how's your project coming along?
It's stalled. Can you not hear someone talking? Who was talking? You just talked over someone.
Oh, no, I can't hear him.
Can't hear me, Jacob?
Was it Mark? Mark?
Yeah.
You're going to have to leave and come back. Bye.
Mark, I heard you. You were a bit quiet, though.
No, I can't hear him at all. So it's a Twitter bug.
Project is going good, but I'm a little frustrated with Drizzle, honestly.
Oh, man. Oh, I mean, if
I thought they were the chosen one. What happened?
It depends. Next week it'll be fucking something different.
Kaisley.
Yeah, there we go.
I actually tried Kaisley first.
Keesley's pretty good. I don't know why y'all are hating on Keesley.
It's great, but it doesn't do relations. And if you're trying to like really solve problems with Drizzle, like you need relations.
True.
Yeah, I don't know. Just like the relations are, and it's like 90% of my life, it's a skill issue.
I think the big thing is Kaisley or whatever it is meant to be more like a Connects successor, right? To where it's like a query builder and someone else is meant to build out like the ORM on top of it, right? Like Bookshelf was built on top of Connects.
I think that's a definitely separation of concerns. Like your translation layer, like that goes to whatever you use, SQL, like I mean, it's a nice thing. You could like switch between any database protocol, but like since you no longer have control directly to your SQL, let's find a good path to build these statements. And I think having that separate from the ORM, the connectors somewhere and your builder somewhere. I found it to be a nice experience.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, because this dream of like, oh, I use Prisma, I can just switch database technologies. That doesn't exist, right? If you go from like MySQL to SQLite, let me tell you, you can't just fucking pull your MySQL schema in Prisma and drop it in. There's so much stuff that is MySQL specific.
He's not wrong.
It's almost like the React Native story where it's like, when I want to, dip into the low-level stuff, which for React Native is not low-level, it's just Swift. But in this case, like when I want to dip into the performance wins of Postgres, there's many, different ways you can do that stuff, right? When I want to dip in, I need to be able to do that. With like Prisma, it's just like, we don't even think about, like the database land is just some mysterious land, and it could be Postgres, MySQL, it could be whatever. I think that's kind of my main pain point with stuff like that.
What percentage of those users that are using something like that though have the what percent like is after performance? They don't need to be performant for their 52 users.
Right, and I think it's one of those things like I think about tech differently when I'm building.
You pretend that you know Prisma? I've never used Prisma myself.
Millions of users
I haven't.
My job. It's just.
I only used Drizzle and Kaisley recently because I did that thing where I was using SQ Local in the browser, right?
It's just one of those things.
Just because I wanted to see if I could.
But I would love to use the same things, right? And solve.
So
those problems
SQLite in the
sometimes.
browser via Wasm was really
and
awesome.
Prisma, if it
Like
gets
really
you
cool.
0 to 100
But
fast, hey, I mean,
it's not.
There's no shame in it.
You know, it's not the common case.
Nah, I used to be a huge Prisma advocate, but in the last month,
I think that's a really good
say
thing,
I've
though,
been
right? Use
converted,
a local first
and I'm
database
far
like
more
SQ
likely
Local,
to
and then pivot
suggest
to
Drizzle than I am
something else.
Prisma
But at the
at
end of the
this
day, like you
Like
would still
why,
need to
though?
set up
What
like the
specifically
API
would
layer in
make
between
Prisma
it
not
to
do?
actually replace SQ
It's what
Local with
Prisma keeps
a
doing.
remote database.
It's not what Prisma. It's not
Instead,
doing.
if you're calling SQ
If it was
Local
not
or
doing these
SQLite
things,
directly
me and
from
Prisma
your
would still be
front end
fine. Our
code,
relationship would
that
be great,
migration isn't going to be
okay?
smooth
But
anymore.
now I have to sneak out and get my CDs out of Prisma's fucking car so that I can fucking leave in the middle of the night. All right? Fucking abusive relationship with Prisma.
That was a very, very like early 2000s statement, like grabbing the CDs thing. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
I think Dane Cook made that stand-up joke. If that dates it at all
touche.
for you.
Which is also a very early 2000s thing.
Right?
Yep.
Good luck, Chuck.
Yeah. The fact that
What's
you
this
know that
CD?
was a Dane Cook joke, and I'm the autistic one who's watched Comedy Central like for hours and hours and hours, just over and over and over and over again because I had to.
I did stand-up comedy for a couple years, so I've watched a lot of stand-up.
Nice. I have avoided doing that, even though it'd probably really, really great for like my talking in public stuff that I do, right? Like standing up in front of an audience and trying to get people to laugh and not like break down into a nervous wreck on stage and have people laughing at you for the wrong reason.
I mean, that battle tests you though. I've had people laugh at me. Like I'm over in Chicago, so like the stand-up scene here, like if they'll laugh at you, they'll let you know, and that's just it's in a situation where like
they'll let you know.
Sometimes they'll let you know. Yeah, I mean, hey, you'll be at rock bottom. I mean, no YouTube video. I'm no longer scared. Like when I'm on tech today.
Y'all know
tech Twitter,
when I do my presentation talks, I'm not looking for laughs. I'm looking for gasps.
Yeah.
Right? With how bad my dad jokes are.
So check this out. Check this out.
From
I have autism, and I have so I'm autistic, and I have rejection sensitivity disorder. So I've spent a majority of my life practicing and studying communication and human psychology and body language, all these things, so that I could at least chameleon my ass into society in a way that somewhat functioned. Okay, and that included public speaking, because people talk about like, I'm afraid of public speaking. And I'm like, yeah. Have you ever like had such a panic attack in front of people that you passed out? Because then you have the you have sub level. You have sub level of what I'm talking about. The thing is I
my mom
exactly
says I'm cool.
talking about that.
Crickets.
I put
Crickets
myself
from
in
everyone.
situations where I had to speak in front of a classroom. I had to speak in front of groups. I had to speak in.
That was the best I've ever
public
done that
events,
cricket noise.
Right? Like go to like.
I am a living cricket at this point.
Act as like an MC for an event at like a.
That was the best I've ever done. That I'm really proud of that.
It was just a way for me to get more and more experience of just like dealing with these feelings. It's
woo!
Like,
it only took me 20 years.
Right? I didn't know that's what it was when I started doing it when I was like 13
I'm not
years
kidding.
old,
I've been trying to do that sound effect for 20
that's,
years. I finally did it.
All the way up, like I was in college when I was.
Look at me now, Mom.
I was always one volunteering to do the I'll do the PowerPoint presentation in front of all the new troops.
What's up,
why
maybe
do you
y'all?
do it so bad, Evans? I'm like, fuck.
How you doing?
Do you want to do it instead? No, all right. Let me do it then. But yeah.
Ahmad, can you hear me?
Hold on. That I have avoided.
Unmute me real quick.
I'll go and do a fucking tech talk if like somebody will give me a chance. You know, I'll speak at a conference.
Someone was talking about the cricket sound, and I just did the cricket sound. That's the first time I've done it that well in 20 years.
Stand-up comedy, though. And this is the thing.
It's taken me 20 years to figure that one out.
I've seen the autistic guy that shakes on stage. I relate too hard to that guy. Okay, like doing like a tech
that one
talk
wasn't
in
as
front
good,
of
but still,
people, I could disassociate from that. I could truly just like be in that moment, talking
Damn
about the
right.
thing, kind of like I'm talking to you all.
Right? It's like, yeah, sure.
Subject.
It's like the uncanny valley cricket.
Reason,
I get it. I'll take it.
To have emotions about something for the autistic person who has trouble with emotions, processing them and recognizing them, it's like a fucking nightmare come true.
Well, the good news, Jacob, is your first open mic would be at an open mic, and you'd probably be going on at like 3 p.m. So there'd be like 8
drunk,
people
wasted
in the audience.
Yeah, and they're all just blitzed.
Yeah. You'd be all right.
You can't not make them laugh.
I'm kind of going through something similar, not stand up related, but my local hackerspace started their tech talks back up, and
nice.
And I kind of talked about it. I was, they're struggling to find some people to speak, so I talked to them and I said either May or June I'll take a spot, and now I have to figure out what the hell I'm going to talk about. I'm between a couple different things because most everybody there is all like back-end developers with like side projects in machining and electronics and whatnot. And my focus is front end. So I'm either thinking that I teach them some React Native so that they could whip up an app if they had some proclivity to do that, or whether I want to teach them something like Astro where it could just be like as low level as they wanted to, and if they needed to bump some interactivity into it, then reactivity into it, then they could drop down and toss some islands out and do some React or Solid.
Are they interested in learning and creating front ends for their like their more low level system stuff?
They're interested.
I want to chime in so bad, but I
don't
want to interrupt people.
Said that they would be interested in both to some extent, but like a couple guys stated that they'd love a framework that made it just stupid simple to just plop a front end for whatever back end system that they had an idea for. So
yeah, would we all?
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, there's that. I mean, like I was even thinking about maybe like diving. I haven't really dove deep in myself into HTMX, but that seems like something because they all hate everyone there. Hates JavaScript.
Dude.
They hate
HTMX.
So much.
You should do that because then you could also turn this talk into like a little bit of a public learning situation.
Yeah, because I don't know a lot about it, and then like I'd take a couple months to like dive deep on it, learn it myself, and then share it with someone. So
I was gonna chime in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, sorry.
I was gonna say, like, honestly, like the hardware hackers guys are gonna want to like release out their designs or things they're working on and have like marketing sites and blogs, etc. Like the Astro thing is huge. I think that would be a really great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's merit in that, and there's not a lot of takers for these talks, so I could do one, and then in another 2-3 months I could do the other. So just trying to figure out.
Technically, too, you could also do HTMX and Astro together, can't you?
Right.
I do think
HTMX is huge because I mean you're following they can build a front end but still follow all the patterns they use on the back end. I feel like people that like move from pure back end to React.
So Gaturdi, I give talks at meetups all the time. Like I'm into giving presentations. Let me put it this way: if you look at my channel point redemptions, you can have me re-present a presentation I've done, and we did that earlier today too. So I've got talks for days.
Not REST, but you're doing your normal API design.
Less than 5 minutes is typically not something I do.
Your comfort space.
No, I'm good. But I'm not going to get pressured into it because I'm participating in a chat with other people right now.
And this is how easy it is to do it.
But if you hang out and lurk the stream often enough, you will hear me rant about things in nice, quick, and easy ways.
Yeah, I think,
and you can always have me represent a talk I've done that are actually more like 15 to 20 minute talks.
And I don't think he's wrong either. I think you should have multiple talks if that's the case. I think HTMX would be incredibly valuable to this group.
But yeah, I'm not going to be pressured into doing something right now because I'm participating in a conversation
group of individuals that are like a little bit more willing to get into front end development.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know what? Now that I think about it, when I initially dropped into our Slack, HTMX, when it was like first becoming all the rage.
No worries. Yeah.
There was a lot of
happy to have you keep hanging out and chilling. Right now, we're just listening to some other people chatting, and this is awesome, right?
I think there's.
But
there's
yeah, if you hang out and watch stream, you will see me rant and chat about all sorts of stuff.
An easier sell. I'll have to learn a lot, but
that's fine. If you like HTMX, go for it. I was gonna say that. Yeah, I think Astro has like full on like islands support for HTMX now, which is great. So yeah, that's huge. That's cool.
All right. Well, with that fantastical end, I think we're gonna end it there. I think we're gonna end it with like some people making connections and some good news about doing talks at places. I should probably look around to see if there's any talks near me. Like there's probably some in Tacoma. I don't want to go to Tacoma.
Seattle JS is next week. And you can totally promote, like, you know, propose a talk for it. It'll be great, man. Here's the thing. When I give a talk at Seattle JS, I'm not looking for laughs. I'm looking for gasps. It's great. I do the worst dad jokes ever, and people are totally into it, man.
Wrong! Oh, that was good. That was good. Felt like a car salesman or an infomercial was just happening. All right. I will endeavor to make it to Seattle JS. You have to remember that that's 2 ferry rides. No, one from Port Orchard to Bremerton to Seattle. So that's 2 ferry rides just to get to Seattle. Then I have to fucking walk there. All right, so like.
True, I get it.
However, I will also see. I'm gonna see if there any like tech groups in Gig Harbor, Bremerton area as well, because I feel like there should be, and if there aren't, maybe I'll start one. I don't know.
That'd be awesome.
There's really like really nice areas down in Gig Harbor, like the Old Town section, like Old Town Gig Harbor. Yeah. There are really nice places. We can just have really great meetups and stuff, and just be by the water. Maybe have some food and drinks. It'd be great.
If you book it, I will come. Right? I will totally go to the meetup. I'll even talk at it if you want, like for sure.
Oh, Chris, thank you.
Yep.
That's great. Even if it's just me and you at this point. Now I feel more inclined to do it, because I just be like, all right, I can just get fucking Chris to show up if I call it a meetup.
Sure, right? Yeah, right. You don't even post it anywhere, and I just show up, and it's just me and you. Whatever, that'll work. I'm down.
And you didn't post it. You're like, did you just trick me into having like lunch with you? I'm like, maybe.
Twist my arm about it. Like, no, that sounds great for sure.
All right, dude. Cool. Well, with that, I'm gonna end the space. Everybody have a great weekend. Stay safe. Don't do anything I would, and if you do, just don't get caught. Bye.
Yeah, he's great. He's a good dude. But yeah, that was good. That was a good space. That was fun, right? So yeah, I'm really glad he hosts those. They're super fun. Yeah, that was a great one. Like, and I wasn't too shit-faced. Yes, that's also good, because I had been drinking. You didn't have to fight in this one. Have you had to fight in them before? Did that happen on Wednesday or something? But yeah, that was awesome. That was a really good one. It is 9 o'clock, and I should probably get going. But yeah, we got some time. Let's chat. In some other tech spaces, not Code and Life. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Code and Life is super chill. I haven't joined any other space for ages. Not because I didn't want to, but mainly because I don't wake up early enough. Any context for a newcomer? So here on this stream, the things we typically do are just work on my side projects and hang out and drink whiskey. I might be the only one drinking whiskey, and that's fine. But the main idea is I work on side projects and various things. What I was doing today was, you know, I have a job that I just got within the past month-ish at GitKraken. And I'm not the only one drinking whiskey. Perfect. Nailed it. But yeah, so I did a little bit of work, and here's like the today command. You know, if you ever want to know the exact thing we're doing on stream, my title gives you like a gist, and then after that, today does like more context. But yeah, I work on side projects, and you know, that's my favorite thing. I don't work on side projects off of stream. So stream is the only place I do that, which is probably why I stream 2,500 hours a year on this channel alone, and then the other channel is like another 2,500 hours a year. The thing we were doing today is I work for the company GitKraken. GitLens is a thing that we make, and I need to give a workshop about GitLens, right, and how people can use it and what some of the features are and things that might not be immediately obvious and available, right? Here you can see GitLens in action, right, with this git blame like inline, what commit it was and all that context. That is GitLens for sure. But there's so much more to it than that I need to make a workshop that shouts out some of the other features and stuff too. We did a bunch of that, but also there's this thing that I want to do that is basically I want to have a custom LLM that I can call out to instead of having to, you know, pay for OpenAI or Anthropic or any of that BS. I would love to spin up a local LLM and have it either summarize what happened in a commit or, you know, give me a suggestion for a commit message, etc., which are the two main AI features that GitLens has right now. But they only support OpenAI and Anthropic, and we have at least one really awesome open source contributor named Joannis, who does server-side Swift stuff, that, you know, mentioned that they would love to use it if we only had this feature. Now, I know that's not the only thing they're looking for, but if we had that feature, it would definitely incentivize them to use it a bit. And I think it's also something that would incentivize enterprise customers as well, because they can't allow people to exfiltrate data to OpenAI or Anthropic. So that's the main gist of it. We started modifying some of GitLens to do this, but it turns out I'm going to need to modify some configuration stuff, because all configuration within a VS Code extension happens within, oh, and hold on, let me make sure I got, like, okay, we got that line linked up. So now, yeah, if we go to the top here, all of the config you might have for GitLens, that all has to be defined within your package JSON, just because of how VS Code, like, forces that. So, yeah, like, the majority of this package JSON is just configuration for these things. So I'm going to have to go modify and create some configuration files for the settings that are going to be fun. I work full-time for GitKraken. Stream is the hobby, though. So I don't do too much work here on stream. I tend to work on my own side projects instead. But yeah, I'd say I'm not going to go as late as I did yesterday, because I want to play some League of Legends tonight. Or some other game, depending. We'll see if, you know, if Zayu and other people are around. But, yeah, we need to go raid someone. Kerbal Space Program. I haven't ever played that. That could be fun. That game, Polybridge, that Tej plays, looks really fun, too. GitLens is 100% open source. It's MIT licensed. There's nothing I need to worry about with showing this. There is zero implication about this. GitLens is 100% open source. Yeah, no worries. GitKraken and GitKraken CLI and some of the other things that GitKraken makes, no, those are not fully open source, and I can't show that code, but I'm not showing that code, so we're good. But who's streaming right now? I see that Coding with Strangers rated Mini Scruff. Ooh. Oh man, someone's playing a Persona 3 Reload. Nice. But yeah, Kicked, thank you for the follow. Welcome. I'm not seeing that many people in the category here. Maybe Mini Scruff is it. We could do that, sure. Anyone got a recommendation on who we go raid? I'm looking at who I follow right now. I see Richard Zampiri. He's a Portuguese streamer who we could totally raid. He's awesome, but he might not be speaking English, and that's a little trickier. Yeah, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Man, yeah, this is kind of crazy. There are really not that many people streaming in the category right now, huh? Let me go keep looking. I see someone named Coco Type doing Swift iOS stuff. They have a camera. That's a big option. Easter week, people are on vacation. Sure, I could see that. Okay. Robot Spacer is doing some game dev stuff. I don't tend to raid game dev people that much, but I do see Alu the Crow. He also has a camera. That's basically one of the criteria I pick for who to raid, right? They need a camera, they need a microphone. Honestly, it's not this barren that often. But again, like, yeah, dude, if you start streaming, I'll happily raid you. Obviously, duh. But don't feel compelled. If you want to do it, then do it. But, yeah, like, don't stress yourself about it. And you do a lot of, like, iOS stuff, right, Ahmad? Of course they sent the email about the Mark II. Well, I mean, I bet you could just send it back. Right? They got a return policy, right? It was on sale anyway, sure. Maybe there's a reason why it was on sale. Mark II is full price. I gotcha. And is that like you do everything? Okay, cool. Low-level systems to front-end. I don't like that term, soy dev, personally, but I know you didn't mean it offensively. I think it only serves to, like, make people feel bad about what they do. But you didn't mean it that way, so I'm not saying you did. But, yeah. I don't use that term. I don't do anti-language tweets or chats or any of that stuff, so, you know. As one of the most full-stack devs here on Twitch, right? The most polyglot devs here on Twitch. You know. I can learn a new language quicker than most people. The most beanies on Twitch, for sure. Absolutely. Hold up. So real quick. Yeah. Some people might not have heard this yet. Cotter, have you heard The Legend of Chris Griffin? I'm going to play it again. Why not? And yeah, real quick. Hold on. What did Cotter say? You know him, Adachino. He's the guy with the insane recruiter story. Yeah, damn right. Yeah, we're going to play it again.
In the land of Twitch, there's a legend they tell about a streamer named Chris with a beanie as well. He's a master of code, always typing away, with a smile on his face every single day. He's got viewers.
It is AI. It's Suno.ai.
With his soothing voice and his trusty guitar, he'll program and code, never
fully
missing
AI.
a beat. And the chat keeps on rolling with every twitch and tweet. Oh, Chris Griffin, you're a streaming star.
It's so good. It really does. No whiskey mentioned, so yeah, the bot doesn't know me that well.
Keep on going strong. In the world of Twitch, you truly belong.
Yeah, he didn't add it to the prompt. He can do it next time. All right, so I'm thinking we should go raid Alu the Crow. I haven't raided them before. They're part of Live Coders. They're a senior.net developer that found themselves educating, blah, 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 blah. That's fine. Or we go raid CocoType, who's doing some Swift iOS AI app development. So do we want mobile app dev, or do we want a Twitch integration? Yeah, no worries there, Kicked. Have a good one. So, Twitch integration or mobile dev. I don't have a coin, so y'all just gotta shout it out. What do you think? I don't follow either of them, so it's gonna be a brand new stream to me. And I'm fine with either one. One has 12 or 13, the other has 10. So the person with less, I like that. That's a great call. That's a great idea. Let's do it. They've both been streaming about the same amount of time. So yeah, let's go do it. We're going to raid CocoType. They only have like 1 or 2 less. So that's fine. Like, no big deal. So yeah, everyone else, I will be over on gaming here in just a bit. We're probably gonna watch like a Red Dwarf episode or something while I eat some food. I don't know if I want to cook or not, or just, yeah, I probably need to like finish up the sausage and cheese and crackers that I cut up, which is a solid meal. It's easily like 1,000 calories, so that's good. But I could also cook something else too. So I'm going to decide when I go to the kitchen. We'll find out. But I'll be over on gaming here in a little bit. I haven't heard from Zayu yet. I'm going to assume that she's busy. She hasn't gotten back to me yet. And it's about the time that she would have. So we'll see. We'll see. Can we do Adam Sandler? We'll see what's available, I guess. But we're not going to watch an entire film. That's why I picked, like, an episode, like, thing, like, you know. But I'll look. We'll see. We'll figure it out. I'm going to click that button. We'll see y'all over on CocoType, and I'll see the rest of y'all over on gaming or here tomorrow. YouTube, let me say goodbye. Thank y'all for hanging out, and later. On YouTube, at least.